That's
It should work now, and then this is to lower the volume if it's too loud.
Right.
Okay, fine.
All right. Just waiting for it to come, sounds to come through from here.
You may not like it.
That would confirm.
This is
I think I heard something.
peak mail form.
All right. Get the link. How do I get the link? Yep, cool. Okay, we've got sound.
Okay. You did garlic honey, didn't you?
No.
Are we good to start? Is it?
Yeah. It's ready to go whenever you guys are ready to play.
I'll stop emoting now, don't
Serious.
Emoting is completely fine.
I get to sit next to Dan.
What table were we? Were we six? Six. Okay. Search on six.
Hopefully the mic is working well. We're a little bit squished in here today, unfortunately, but such.
Right.
At least Sylvie's not here. Should we start over and cancel the stream and restart?
We'll cut that in
All right.
post, it's fine.
We'll cut that from the live stream in post-production. Yeah. All right. Wait, I've got to open my phone so I can see the chat in case there's a chat as well.
I think
A lot of talking, not a lot of casting yet. That's fine. Give us something to cast.
I think it's gonna kind of bring its body up in between its fangs. Yes.
Yeah, that's number six. Yeah.
We have one person? No, 0 people?
No!
Let's pressure pass. We'll go back.
Sure. All right. Good afternoon. Oh man, I did not.
It's still morning. It's 11:52.
It's still morning. I did not.
Good
I did
morning,
not
everyone.
script my introduction to this today. Good morning and welcome to the Rockingham VGC League Cup. Is it March?
It's, yeah.
For the March period. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Claire. I buggered this up. It is on you to carry today. Oh, we have it. We have a viewer. Something Perth to Earth intro. I've cooked it.
No, we redo it. You got to do the Perth to Earth. Say the Perth to Earth thing.
Perth to Earth. Welcome to the VGC League Cup in Rockingham in March 2025. Coming at you live from Perth to Earth. Nailed it.
Perfect. Amazing.
Nailed it.
Yep.
Smashed. All right. For round one today, we have a special feature match for you guys. Hooly dooly, it's Dan Baguli. Local hero, local favourite.
My favourite, yes.
21st on the leaderboards right now. 22nd. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Who did it? Don't worry, tell us later. Tell us in the interview. Hooly dooly Dan Baguli will be playing up against Dapper Raptor, a bit of a local legend around here. Brought himself up here from Bunbury. I met this man at the 2024 Perth Regionals where he was using Oreo, and he became quite a famous story, and we actually spoke about him on the podcast. Have you heard much about him, Claire? Do you know the story?
No.
All right, so basically 2024 Regionals wasn't my greatest, wasn't Dan's greatest. I also played Dan that day. And Jalen had come up all the way from, I believe he lived in Donnybrook at the time, something like 3 hours south. And he travelled 3 hours to a regional in Regulation H to decide to... It might have been Regulation F, actually, yeah. Regulation H was the 25 regional. Travelled all that way to play Oreo with Volcarona at a regional, which is the greatest thing I've ever respected in Pokemon. I love Oreo to death.
I love the Dancer strat. I would say that.
don't have the courage to use it myself, however. And we had an absolutely fantastic match. It was a great time. We had good conversations. We became friends. And now Dapper Rapper is a member of the community, and he's up here today, having travelled all the way from Bunbury.
Thanks for coming.
Indeed. Unfortunately, he didn't bring the Oreo.
No.
But that is completely fine.
I'm sure it would hold its own in a restricted format, though. We have that.
Or it would be, maybe that's the reason behind why he didn't choose to bring it. Restricted might be a little bit too high power level for the little bird, unfortunately. As much as I'd love to see it, it would probably upset Kyogre a little bit. It's one speed faster than Kyogre. After a Quiver Dance boost from the Volcarona, the Dancer proc, it might actually do some damage with Revelation Dance. Most Kyogre are typically Terra Grass these days. You've got your Air Slash, your flying type move. Might actually not be the worst pick we've ever heard of. Speaking of Kyogre, there's one on the field now, and it looks like Dapper Raptor will be playing with his Kyogre. Turn 1 lead by Dan, the classic Smiggle Calyrex, and we're going to see a turn 1 Terastallization. Terra Water in front of Kyogre. Never saw that one coming. How unpredictable.
Straight into Water Spout.
Smeagol clicking Follow Me. Wants to redirect this Water Spout, this big spread move. Actually takes that Bleak Wind Storm. Oh, the speed boost, the speed drop is huge. The speed drop is massive. Oh no! Daryl dodges the Origin Pulse. Dazzar. Rough move. I'm not a fan of the Origin Pulse myself. Kyogre's very hit and miss, and it's Alright, Trick Room goes up. Very classic turn 1. Smash Mouth, Urshifu. Oh boy, Urshifu Dark.
Single strike. Okay.
Single strike Urshifu. Not going to be able to take advantage of the rain here, but on a lot of these Trick Room teams, when you do see Urshifu, it is typically that single strike Urshifu. The dark fighting typing really complementing what most Trick Room sweepers are trying to achieve. And Glacial Lance Tornadus goes down. Looking precarious here for Jalen at the moment. Hopefully this Kyogre has its goggles on, but it's not going to get a chance to use them. Very rough, very rough. What do you think about this team? Have you seen Dan's team before?
I have heard of the Smeagol Decorate strat on this team.
It's a team that featured at on stream at Vancouver Regionals recently. Actually, obviously somebody living in Canada has been watching Perth VGC streams and has decided to rip Dan Bagouli's team. Holy dooly, it's Canadian Bagouli.
Our Bagouli is superior.
Of course he is, absolutely. Because their Canadian Bagouli's not called Dan, is he? It is short for Daniel, by the way, not Danny.
An important distinction.
Yes, an important distinction for sure. He is not very good at waxing cars or painting fences, though. Yeah, nobody watching this stream will be old enough to understand that really bad reference I just made. You got any terrible references for us, Claire? Oh, here's a Terastallization, Terrify Gastrodon, but tell us more, Claire.
About Terrify Gastrodon or terrible references?
Terrify Gastrodon, I think, is a great reference.
Well, right into Glacial Lance.
Someone doesn't like taking it. Unfortunately, not as good into this Urshifu, and that is a boosted Glacial Lance doing so much damage to the Archeliodon here. I love me a little bit of Gastrodon.
I feel like Gastrodon has been so prevalent throughout the generations. It probably hasn't been quite as prevalent in the Scarlet Violet era, but I heard it was great in Sword and Shield.
It's probably
going back further than that.
It's been one of the more consistent bulky waters throughout modern history in VGC. It won the World Championships in 2022 and I think also 2018. But with Terastallization and just introduction of a lot of these new really strong Pokemon, such as the Paradoxes and Ruins in particular, Gastrodon does feel like it's been power crept quite a lot. Still has its niche as a bulky Storm Drain user, but
I had a lot of fun with Muddy Water, but that was mostly for the accuracy drops.
Oh, it reminds me of another local hero, Matthew Anderson. There's nothing he loves more than clicking Muddy Water, getting salty when it misses, but celebrating when he gets an accuracy drop. We call him High Roll Ando for a reason.
Oh, wow.
The man absolutely loves when his water is muddied, that is for sure.
We all like a bit of dirty water.
I think he's at the Cannington TCG Challenge today, so good luck, Mr. Anderson. Had a bit of a rough day at the Cup yesterday. All the best. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. Would love to have seen Ando play VGC once again, but maybe someday in the very distant future he'll return. Hey, look, there's the Oricorio on the little icon there, trainer card. Yes. And it was the electric Oricorio that Dapper Raptor ran at that regional we played in as well, so that was really cool.
So Dan took game 1.
He did, but even though Dan won the game, I think Dapper wins style, because there is a Teal Mask Ogerpon,
That I do love Teal Mask. Everyone knows it's my favourite, mostly because it's green. And you can run Loaded Dice Bullet Seed, which I can't say is optimal, but it's fun.
It's definitely not, but it definitely is. To answer your two questions, your state. What? Also, there's a Gastrodon. Yeah, we've seen that, and a Raichu. I am a big fan of Raichu. I think it's one of the better non-Prankster support Pokemon we have access to. It's got such a deep move pool. Lightning Rod is really nice. Protects this Kyogre, which doesn't particularly like electric types. Unfortunately, I'm not as prepared as I was at the last cup. I didn't get all the team sheets beforehand.
I don't know what moves people had, because I was wondering why that Kyogre in the first game did Water Spout. I don't even know if it has it.
Yeah,
it
it might not actually have access to that. And we can confirm there's no Water Spout on a Kyogre. That's, I mean, you're running a Life Orb variant. There is a lot of speed control and a lot of priority in this format as well. You probably don't really want to run the Water Spout. A lot of Kyogres don't run Water Spout these days. We saw Oliver Escalin's one that got second place, running Calm Mind Origin Pulse. A lot of them drop Water Spout. It's difficult to get it off at max power. So a change up from both players here. Dan has decided that Smiggle was no good. He's made a wise decision to leave it behind here. I also think Smiggle is no good.
Don't tell my brother.
Well, he's not here. He might be watching. Somebody's lurking. Hello, lurker.
Anonymous viewer.
Yes, I don't know how to figure out how to see who it is. I'm not good at this. But anyway, Dan with the change-up. We also have a change-up from Dapper's side, leading with the Arcaliodon this time around. The Tornadus not being able to put in much work in that last round. Got off a Bleak Wind Storm, got knocked out. Wasn't going to be able to set Tailwind anyway. This might be a better switch up here from Jalen. Although we saw how much damage his Calyrex was able to do last time. Dan going to Terrastallize the Calyrex turn 1 again. That is fair in the face of an Origin Pulse. Rain boosted, Life Orb boosted.
Directing that Electrotype's massive.
Alright, so interesting speed interaction here. We have the Arcaliodon moving before the Kyogre. Kyogre's naturally faster, so a bit more speed investment here. And a huge Electro Shot. That is a stalwart Arcaliodon, by the way. The ability of its pre-evolution Duraludon and its self-signature ability that ignores all redirection. So...
I was wondering, hang on a minute.
So follow me, not working there with the Indeedee, a very big KO, and now Jalen is definitely in the driver's seat of this game too. It's never over until Sylvie sings, but... a lot of people ask that in this stream. Hey, Lewis has joined. Welcome, Lewis Tan, friend of the show and honorary Westerner.
Multi-boy, is that who we're talking about?
Multi-boy, that's correct. We have Dan Baguli on stream with, you're a podcast listener, I believe, Multi-boy. You may remember me talking about a regional where I played a player who was using Oreo. This is him on stream right now, Dapper Raptor. We are in game 2. Dan is up a game. Dapper Raptor is running the Stalwart Arcaliodon, though, just punch straight through the Indeedee. So we see the Terrastalization now coming off from this Kyogre, wanting to get off some of that extra big damage. The Arcaliodon, Snarl taking out the Indeedee. Ursulina just going to protect here. Dan sacking his Indeedee by the looks of it. And Jalen taking no chances with damage there whatsoever. Wants that Terra Water, just big damage. Dan looking to be in a lot of trouble now. Down to his last 2 Pokemon, he has no way to set Trick Room. Both of Jalen's Pokemon are going to outspeed, and with the Psychic Terrain, he's not even going to be able to click Sucker Punch on his own terrain. This might just come down to whether or not the Kyogre has eyes. They appear to be open at this point.
I think it's into why Dan actually pushed for me at the start.
It's possible that he forgot about the interaction. Maybe he was expecting a different move, like perhaps he thought the Kyogre was going to Quick Thunder. The Indeedee might not have had many other better options on that turn. In Dan's mind, and the big Origin Pulse there, super effective on the Blood Moon, killed it 4 times over, and just enough times to take the Urshifu out as well, sealing game 2. We go to a game 3. This is a really good round 1 match right out the gate.
Picking up those leads really made a difference.
That Stalwart Arcaliodon, not something we see very often. They're almost always using stamina
Yeah,
with body
stamina,
press. You
yeah.
get the occasional one with like sturdy power herb. This one just being purely in rain, being able to completely commit to Stalwart. That big electro shot. Terra Water Calyrex just didn't have a lot of options on that turn. Dapper Raptors Arcaliodon having access to the Thunder and Ice Beam as well, by the way. Again, perhaps the reason why Dan clicks to follow me may have thought there was a Thunder coming out. I'll have a quick peep at the team sheet shortly and just see what the item on the Arcaliodon is. The Arcaliodon, yeah, so it's Assault Vest I've got on. We saw Electro Shot and some. I've also got Draco Meteor and Flash Cannon as the other two moves there. So what you'd expect to be the more common Arcaliodon set, but Stalwart and Bug as the terrestrialization, just being able to resist the two weaknesses that Arcaliodon naturally has. Very good defensive type synergy there.
Would Electro Shot have like KO'd the Kali had it not tethered?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Kelly Eye is very, very bulky. But it
Would have taken a reasonable chunk.
It would have taken chunks, yes. It definitely would have taken a pretty decent amount of damage. And then you've always got the threat of the Origin Pulse that could come in from the Kyogre later. Anyway, good question though. As we move into this, also Lewis, while you're here, can you hear us clearly? I'm not sure if we're leaning into the mic correctly. It's a little bit noisy in the room at the moment. Just if you could check that for us, please. But as we begin Game 3, we're going to see...
Dan reverting back to his original lead.
Yep, Dan going back to the Smiggle, and Dapper wanting to keep this Arcaliodon out. It did so well in that last game. The slight difference here, however, the Smeagol having a different moveset, very, very disruptive. Sound is fine. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. Alright, so Smeagol going to change up its turn one. We're going for the fake out into the Kyogre, not the Arcaliodon. No terrestrialization coming out from this Calyrex. We're gonna get the answer to your question.
Yeah,
now.
I'd like to see how much damage it does.
Is this Electro Shock going to do? It's gonna do, ooh,
Not quite half.
just under 50%. That is a nice little roll there. Trick Room does go up. Dan able to get off the strategy that he wants. I don't hear Sylvie singing yet though, so we still have a game on our hands to be played.
And you still have to explain who Sylvie is.
I'll do that off camera, I think. The joke is not going to get old. Neither is Sylvie.
I want to be privy.
Alright. Unfortunately, the classic we're sitting too close to the players, can't say what we can see, and we can see it beginning now. Smeagol opening the turn with the score. Notably that Smeagol being slower than the Calyrex Ice. We know from this team we've seen before, this is the usual interaction. It's primarily so the Smeagol is able to use Decorate onto the Calyrex on the Trick Room, correct? Kyogre's going to take a Nappy Poo. But this Arcaliodon is about to do some of that big damage that we are familiar with. And with an extra +1 boost, that lives. That was a roll and a half. 3 HP live on the Calyrex Ice. VGC, the game we play. Sylvie still isn't singing, but I dare say a turn neither of our players would have been expecting there. It certainly looked like that should have been the knockout.
So we are seeing the Decorate.
We're seeing the Decorate, and now this 3 HP Calyrex is risking being able to just run away with the game here. Kyogre asleep, not going to be able to protect. Arcaliodon going down. Kyogre lives on basically no HP. Needs this turn 1 wait if it's going to be any effect at all into this battle. He gets the turn 1 wake, and the Origin Pulse double connecting. Smeagol does hold on with the Focus Sash though, but the Calyrex is gone. Calyrex for Arcaliodon traded. This is a game. This is a real game on our hands.
What are the odds of breaking up from sleep every turn?
I think it's 33%, and then it goes up to 50%, and then guarantee
Okay.
on the third turn.
Yeah.
It's not intentional.
Well, it's like 33, 50 guarantee. You know, Lewis, who's in chat right now, he is very well versed on the mechanics, and he probably knows a lot about numbers and math and whatnot. If he's able to enlighten us.
Yeah, I'm definitely very interested in all the maths.
I
If
could-
you pull any wrong numbers out, let us know.
Yes, indeed, please, Lewis. I'm a little bit rusty, and there's way too many numbers for my smooth brain to remember.
It is very smooth.
So Dan bringing out the Blood Moon again. Xi Jinping, my personal favorite Chinese identity. What's with the warships, dude? Why, man? Is it retaliation because we were doing war games in the China Sea a couple years ago? Are you just... Is that all it is? Is it a little bit of fun? Are you going to invade us? We don't have anything, man. We have nothing. We've sold all the gold, literally, to you guys, which you use to build the warships that are in our oceans. Just... Anyway, that's a tangent. We all voted.
Have great VGC.
We all voted yesterday, and nobody voted for Xi Jinping. So now, so here comes our terrestrialization for this game from both sides. It is a terror poison on the Blood Moon. Normally you see the normal type terror here, just to get the really big hyper voice or that Blood Moon insta kill. Dan opting for the defensive terror, and wanting to just remove this Tornadus from the game, not allow it to have a chance to set up Tailwind for this late game sweep. Jalen going for that big terrestrialization on his Ogerpondo. Deciding to not protect, we are just going to absolutely wing it here. Get rid of this pain in the butt Smiggle. And Dan now looking like he is in a pretty commanding position here. We still have one more turn of Trick Room, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like I should actually start counting on Trick Room turns.
We've got the Ursaluna and the Urshifu. Typically, you could just protect on the last turn of Trick Room and then hope the Ogerpon can reverse sweep, but with an Urshifu on the field, you obviously get hit through Protect. I don't see...
I don't know how there's an out here, but...
Jalen deciding not to protect here. I don't think there was any reason for him to do so, but the Wicked Blow will take out the knockout there. Very good 3-game set. Congratulations to Jalen. Well done.
Well done. Pulling through in game 2.
That the Stalwart Arcaliodon really coming in clutch there. Dan being able to bring it back. Funnily enough, the game where he adjusted was the game where he lost. Smiggle was the play all along, and that is infuriating. That is
I
devastating.
can see it's grinding your gears, I can.
Yeah, and if Chris is in chat right now, he is ecstatic.
Like this little beret dog.
With that game having been done, I'm going to step aside. I will let you take the interview. You can speak to our man, Dan Baguli.
Holy dooly, very excited.
Holy Dooly, interview with Dan Baguli. Let's go.
I didn't get to interview him last time, so it'd be good to have him.
Last time he was on, he lost, and that was why I said we'll put him on today, because every time he gets on, he ends up losing.
Well, look, he's won.
He's broken the curse, he's done it, and
He's done it, so I'm sitting next to him.
And now you
That's
get to ask him how it feels
feels.
to finally win. If you can't win in round 5, you might as well win in round 1. Take it away, Claire.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Just lean a little bit into the mic because it's pretty loud.
How far does this come over?
Does that come over? Do you want to sit in this one? I sit in this one?
Hello.
Hi everyone, I have Dan with us. How's it feel to win your round 1?
Good. Especially with my biggest fan, Multi-Boy, watching.
I don't actually know much about Lewis 10, but you mind to explain it to me?
Senior world finalist.
Wow.
Your
idol?
Toga Damara lives in his mind rent-free.
Nice.
Yeah.
What Pokemon lives in your mind rent-free?
Blood Moon. I love that thing.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Did it just pull you some games there?
It did, yeah. O-code.
So it's great for you to win on stream. This team, how long did it take you to get it sorted?
I'm sure anyone watching knows that I stole it from a pro player. So it's a William Brown's tech, and I versed him on ladder, and we chatted about it. So yeah.
Did he give you like the paste with everything? Or
No,
did
he
you
refused to.
Oh, so you beat it. There you go. You did
Yeah,
get it sorted.
he doesn't have Twitter either, so I can't even like DM him to catch up. So if anyone knows William Brown's @, please let me know.
So is this team coming to Brisbane?
We'll see. I still reckon Sneasler has merit.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Back to Reg H?
Yeah.
Back to Reg H?
Yeah.
How's your confidence going? Because like you seem to be doing quite well lately. And you're what, 20?
No,
you're
I
22?
dropped out. Yeah, I'm
But you're still
22.
amazing. That's 22.
So you did better in the GC. I don't think I.
You did the best out of everyone on the podcast.
It was a terrible effort, regardless.
My job here is to bolster you
Yeah.
up.
Okay. Fair. Yeah. Right on that winner's high.
Yeah,
That
fine, just keep
that
riding.
15-29 GC run. Yeah. Got slacking through the next round. Let's go.
So what are your plans like for the year? So you got Brisbane, you go to Melbourne.
Yeah. Melbourne's probably Reg-I. No, it is Reg-I, so we'll see if I'm confident in Reg-I.
I mean, you want to get to Worlds, so that'll be
Yeah, but if
that'll
I-
be Reg-I as well.
Yeah, but if I bomb Brisbane, then I don't want to like.
We don't say words like bomb.
But I want to like hate play Melbourne. Like I need to win or do well in Melbourne because then it's just going to end up badly. So, yeah. How'd your GC run go?
I didn't play it. I watched someone else play it. And it was hell. I never experienced what a GC was. And what everyone told me, like, don't do it. I can see why.
You can
That's
see
so
why.
crushing.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much junk on there. Like, it's not. Like, everyone's run like the weirdest strats.
I lost to an Iron Ball Great Tusk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who runs
Tim!
Iron Ball Great Tusk?
Netherlands is also tragic because
Yeah.
it looked like we were going to win that one.
Do you normally participate in all the GCs?
Yeah, this is probably my worst one I've done.
How do you normally go?
Not that bad. I think
What's
it's at
not that
least like top 500 at the
Very
minimum.
nice.
At the minimum, yeah. But hoping for a better result since it's worth a lot of points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'll steal Lewis's Lunala team that everyone seems to be using.
Okay. Look, I'm all for not using a horse, and you used a horse today, so, my opinion of you. We all know it's very high, but it's gone down a little bit.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Are you still doing that?
Yeah.
I don't even think my player does that.
I think I have to unlock it somehow, yeah. Can you rate my drip, actually? My character's outfit?
I mean, look, it's a solid, 9.7 out of 10. Like, the shoes don't really match to, using your backpack. And why you're a cowboy, right?
Yeah. Oh, but, I don't like the skeleton backpack with the skeleton legs and kind of skeleton in these shoes.
Well, if you were walking to me, down the street, I'd probably go the other way. If I was in the Pokemon universe,
I would
grab
cross
my
the
Leafeon and
street.
run. I would just, let's go, buddy.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Look, that's the kind of fashion. Are you going to keep that outfit for Brisbane?
100%. With the rainbow pit vipers as well.
Look, I think that's the winning outfit.
I think, people are discussing, if you make your character ugly, it's another level of distraction. They're thinking of that.
I never thought about it like that. The
Yeah.
mind games you guys
Exactly,
play.
yeah.
I'm relatively new to the community, but you guys are all really good, and it's because you dress to play.
Exactly.
Random
Yeah.
shit.
He's a bright blue cowboy. Yeah.
So how do you think you're going to go today against everyone here? We've got a pretty loaded card. We've got Tim over there.
It
we've got Peter
is.
over
Yeah,
there.
and Kieran. So
Kieran.
hopefully a top cut. I need some points, so it'll be good. Yeah, 4 rounds. This is 1 down,
You got this.
and
And there's a door prize too, everybody.
there's 6 door prizes.
You're in it to win it.
Hello. Thank you, Rob, for the door prizes. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, we've got Rob here.
Yeah, but he's playing, so he can't say a few words. Rob said hello.
Oh, we've got Alfie behind us.
All right. I'm gonna go get a drink. Alfie, I'll tag you in.
All right,
Thank you for the
Thank you very
interview.
much. No problem.
I'm gonna take this out. So you don't see me. I'm gonna yap a little bit.
Oh yeah, everyone's got Alfie here. Alfie runs a Chen Power called Claire Power, which I approve of. Hey Alfie, how'd your first round go? Tell me all about it.
So when they have Whimsicott and Tailwind, and then heavy spread move, and then Psychic Terrain,
Yeah.
GG.
So you won.
Uh,
Well, you didn't win. You didn't even have a Whimsicott on your team.
no.
So you lost.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Because what am I supposed to do? I can't Thunderclap, I can't Extreme Speed,
Yeah.
I can't make them slower than me because they have Tailwind with a horse. Yeah.
Is No, Alfie, come back, sit down. We're going to talk about the red. No, you're not shy. Sit down. Right, we've lost Alfie.
What was he talking
Mark.
about? Yes.
Come, everyone, come. I've got Mark here. How did you go in round one?
Ask Elfie.
Oh, so you were the one who beat Alfie.
Yeah, it was a very close 2-game set where Elfie learned that his matchup into Calyrex Shadow Rider wasn't as good as previously thought.
Oh, you run a horse.
I do run a horse, yeah. I run the Shadow Horse.
The worst
Don't
one.
ugh me. How dare you?
Because who brings tailwind on a horse?
Who brings Tailwind on a horse?
No, what you?
For those listening, I've just raised my hand. I do, and I make no apologies.
So who's on your team? Like, give me the.
I have Calyrex Shadow Rider, I have Chi-Yu, I have Whimsicott, Ogre Hearthflame, Indeedee Female, and Okie Dokie.
Oh, I feel like.
Yeah, the doggy's great. Got that dog in me.
Is this team coming to Brisbane?
Probably, at this stage, yeah. I was running a similar variant with 2 dogs. I was running Hisui and Arcanine with Choice Band on it, which I loved, but I just couldn't. I missed too many head smashes. I had to take it off the team. So now I'm running Ogre Hearthflame instead, which is feeling very strong.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to put this team together? Or was it like sort of moulded off someone else's team?
No, this.
Which I realised, I was like, oh, how'd you go building? He's like, no, I stole it.
No. This is a cook of my own creation. I have spent many iterations. When you look at the team that I'm running on Showdown, it's titled copy of Shadow Horse. So yeah, there are many iterations of this team.
So do you normally build all your teams?
I build my own teams. Sometimes I take inspiration from teams other people run, but usually I copy individual Pokemon from their teams rather than the full setup, just because I tend to play a bit differently to most people. So
How do you play this different?
way faster and with no regard for my own safety.
Right, so like mental health, physical health, both?
Yeah, all of that. Just click offensive moves and hope that they're dead before I am. That's the strat.
I have been told by Slif there's a term zoom and boom.
Zoom and boom is absolutely accurate. Unga Bunga is another one.
I like that more actually.
Yeah, no thoughts is Unga Bunga.
Yeah, that's how I need to play, because again, learning about the game.
Correct. Well, if you want to borrow my team, all you have to do is. It's great. Yeah, it works. Don't question the method.
Mark says press button.
Press button win. That's all you have to do. People switch their Pokemon out to try to reposition. None of that. Click Astral Barrage again. Yeah.
How do you reckon you're going to go for the rest of today?
I'm feeling okay. Yeah. There's a lot of good players here, so I'm a bit nervous about that. But I have been putting a lot of work into this team.
We've
So.
got Tim, we've got Kieran.
We do. I'm here as well, I guess. But we'll see how we go. A lot of good players and a lot of tricky matchups as well.
I mean, you've just gotten through the GC. If you get through that, you get through anything.
Yeah, but I ended negative. I was like 1450.
I was like, Danny did like the best out of the podcast. I was like, bro, I went that 1526.
It was very concerned. It was 1529 actually, and I know that because I got to 1527. And I knew I had to win another game in order to beat him. And then I lost the next 3.
No, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't realise how soul crossing it was. Everyone's like, oh, Claire, like, because I didn't do it.
Yeah, don't.
I don't think I ever will.
Good call.
I'll just watch other people.
Yeah. If you care about your own mental health, don't do it. Yeah. It is funny to watch other people though.
Yeah, just like, I have no stake in this whatsoever.
Yeah.
How are you with CP at the moment?
Not great. I think I'm sitting at low 100s, maybe. I'd need to double check. But previously, under the previous rules, I've been tracking quite well for a Worlds qualification. But with the new top 20 rules, I'm going to need a pretty significant accomplishment in Brisbane and Melbourne. But we go anyway because Monza's life.
How long have you played Pokemon? I think I've heard your backstory.
It was the very first episode actually that we spoke about that. I started competitive in 2020 when my friends and I rocked up to the Perth regionals because we saw it advertised, and then met one of my other friends who I knew from elsewhere who told me about local events, and then started coming to those. So that was my entrance into competitive Pokemon. So about 5 years I've been doing VGC, which is harrowing to think about.
We haven't looked back.
Yeah.
Yeah, as someone who's getting into it, I'm like, wow, this is like, it's a real thing. Like you'll like get fully into it. Like I showdown on my phone for like my lunch break.
Oh,
I
yeah.
work in a lab. I can't have my phone on me. But, like, on my break, I'll like do like a showdown game, lose. But okay, whatever.
I do that as well, but I grind out Showdown and then I just return to work in the worst mood possible because I've been making bad reads or someone hacks me out or something.
I feel like I was like now like I'm relatively like I'm above average intelligence, right? I
Yeah.
should be able to play Pokemon. Gets absolutely like hammered from about 12-year-olds. The confidence just goes down.
Yeah, yeah. It's the opposite of a meaningful break if you play Showdown for an hour.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, because I get a half-hour break. So it's
Oh,
like,
okay, yeah.
It's like half the pain.
That's
And then again,
it.
if I play the same amount of games as you would in an hour, it's just death to pain.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of fiddling around with the turtle at the moment.
Ugh.
Oh, don't me. You're running a horse.
I am. At least the horse doesn't take not very effective from everything that hits it.
Well, are you thinking for like Reg I, if that, because Dan seems to think it's happening, like will
Yeah.
you take this, like the horse and then pair it with something else, or would you get like 2 completely new restrictors?
I'd really have to test around with it. I've made a few trial cooks. I've put together a few things that I want to test, but I'd really have to spend some time testing them against the rest of the field in order to figure out what would be good. But I think at the moment, the core that I've got, and then just getting in a second restricted would probably be where I'd at least start from. And then if I end up changing drastically, that might be what I do.
Well, do you normally prefer like a format with a restricted, or do you prefer like more like Reg H?
I prefer 2 restricteds to 1, but I tend to preference non-restricted formats. I'm not a big fan of, especially single restricted. Single restricted is particularly concerning for me because if my restricted is not very good against someone else's restricted, then suddenly that just becomes a very difficult matchup. Whereas, in Regulation F being my favorite format, it's like I had Chi-Yu as one of my 6 Pokemon, and that had a couple of Pokemon on their team that was very strong against it, and it's like, it wasn't great for me to bring Chi-Yu. But that's fine, because I have 5 other Pokemon on a similar power level.
Yeah.
But if there's a Pokemon on my team that is taking up a slot of being significantly more powerful than the other ones, and then that Pokemon suddenly becomes not very good in a matchup, then my team becomes significantly weaker. And so I personally feel that single restricted formats have a lot more, really notable downside of having unfavorable matchups, whereas other formats where everything on your team has a similar power level, I think you're far less likely to run into something like that. Yeah. Double restricted is slightly better because obviously if you've got 2 of them, you can kind of deal with them to cover each other's weaknesses.
What double restrictors did you run like in the Sword Shield era?
I didn't play a heap of that era, honestly. I was on a bit of a hiatus from Burnout.
Are you less burnt out now? Feeling alright?
Yeah, I was actually burnt out for a good portion of Regulation G. But I finally found a team that started working for me, and then suddenly I got reinvigorated. And I think that was part of the issue I had back in that Sword and Shield era, was struggling to find a team that worked for me, which kind of led to the burnout. But I was quite a fan of Zacian. I know that's, a bit filthy to say because, while it may not seem like it now, Zacian was incredibly oppressive back in Sword and
Like
Shield.
every time you switched in, it got the Intrepid Sword boost.
Yes,
Instead of
yeah.
Now you get one, then they intimidate you and you're stuffed because you bring it out.
Exactly, if you switch out and switch back in. So they nerfed it in multiple ways this generation, and I think they perhaps over-nerfed it because now it's a fringe pick. It's very not good, honestly. I have toyed around with it as potentially one of the restricteds I want to use in double restricted, but in single restricted it's just not good enough. But back in Sword and Shield especially, its stats were higher. It had a stat buff this generation. It obviously got Intrepid Sword every time it switched in. And the other thing as well is Behemoth Blade was specifically designed to deal double damage to Dynamax Pokemon, so it actually put without you having to Dynamax your own Pokemon, you were putting pressure on their Dynamax Pokemon because, you were dealing the same amount of damage to them that you would have done had they not Dynamaxed. So it was, with Zacian on the field, Dynamax suddenly became much less of a defensive play where previously it would have been because you're doubling your HP. Zacian was just incredibly strong and very oppressive, and a lot of people really disliked it for that reason because it was at the point where it was like game-breakingly strong.
you really inclined towards like more meta picks, or do you like to sometimes have something more offbeat?
I don't know. A lot of people have this idea of picking off meta and jank Pokemon for the sake of doing so.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you've got people on the other side of the spectrum that there's like, well, these Pokemon are not good, so I won't run them. I will run these Pokemon because these Pokemon are good, because they are the meta. I think the true skill of team building really sits in the middle, where you build a team with, you know, good Pokemon, and sometimes, a lot of the time, I will start with kind of building a meta strat, and then I will figure out, are there any other Pokemon that are not typically meta that fill a particular niche that my team needs? And then, you know, you might take, for example, Okidogi is an off-meta pick. It's not particularly strong, but in my team, it covers a lot of the weaknesses. It provides bulk that the team otherwise doesn't have, fighting coverage, and really kind of Incineroar, which causes a lot of problems for me, is hard countered by Okidogi. So that's why that sits on the team. Whereas I wouldn't say Okidogi is a meta pick that everyone could just chuck on their team as a 6th mod, because a lot of the time it's not that good. So I'm a big fan of finding Pokemon that are not meta and finding ways that they can work in the team, but I would definitely not say that I do that for the sake of running off meta Pokemon. But it's rather, if I look at the meta Pokemon and I can't find something that works perfectly for the team, I look elsewhere, and you often find that kind of thing elsewhere.
Okay.
And when you look at the best team builders, that's often what they're doing as well. And you'll often see these Pokemon that never get used until a really good team builder takes it to a regional, does really well with it, people see how to use it effectively, and then suddenly it becomes a meta Pokemon. I think Terrapagos is an excellent example of that, where it has been seeing very little play until someone cooked up the very specific one attack Heatran team that's currently running around at the moment.
That was what I was looking at. Like, I don't really know how to get it to work. Like, why Heatran isn't there.
I know Kieran Singh, who's here today, is running it, so it'll probably be good to chat with him, because he's kind of been talking about it previously. I believe Heatran covers a lot of Terrapagos' weaknesses. I've been told that often he will bring one or the other, but not both, the same match. Yeah, I'm sure there's a reason. And Heatran as well is another excellent example of one that is not particularly used, but in this particular team, it covers a lot of weaknesses and provides, you know, a benefit to the team that it wouldn't provide to a lot of other teams. So yes, that's my thoughts on off-meta picks.
Does your Okidogi have Gunshot?
It does,
How
yes.
do you feel every time you miss it? 'Cause I had an Overcool team going with Gunshot and I miss it every time.
Well, I mentioned the head smashes earlier with the 80% accurate head smashes. This goes back to Regulation F. That's when I started running Okidogi. I'm running a slightly different set I was, but I was still running Gunk Shot. The difference between something like Arcanine or Overqwil to some extent, if they miss, it's pretty devastating. Okidogi's quite bulky, it's got sustain with Drain Punch. If it misses Gunk Shot, it's annoying and it sets me back, but it's not game losing. It can miss and it can kind of get away with it. So yeah, definitely very annoying when it misses, but it's a Pokemon where you can miss and not lose the game. Whereas with Hisui and Arcanine,
He's put your name on the door prize.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay. I was like, put me in. We're talking about the door prize.
all right, they're spinning the wheel. I've got to go see if I win a door prize.
Thank you so much, Mark.
No worries.
Come on.
How'd you go, Tim?
Was I worried? Yes.
They're round 2 pairing. I think Jordan and Brendan are on stream, table 6. Table 1, Tim and Jared.
Oh, that's going to get so long.
Daniel and Peter. Table 3, Kieran and Mark.
No!
Now that I know what I'm playing against,
Oh,
I change my lines.
Table 5.
How does this go? Can you put my switch over there? Or?
Yeah, if you want yours to be on the screen.
Sounds like that's what's going on.
I'm so glad you're on the stream. We didn't get to
I assume this is hooked up to the
Yeah, sure. Oh, thanks out of the way.
Put that in. Sorry. shouldn't. Wait, it's you. Oh, it's yours. Okay. Very lost confused.
I use it to buy my way up
my bag
like
is.
I did that Premier Ball.
I assume it's in the store somewhere.
We are starting our match promptly. I'm going to need it.
He was the last one.
Oh, wait, you can take the sheets if they both consent. There we go. Slip. You can grab the sheets if they both consent to seeing the sheets.
All right. Do you guys mind if I have access to the judge sheets for the purpose of the stream, and I'll give them back to Robert?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, just for the purpose of team sheets. I won't show them, and I'll return them immediately. Thanks, guys.
We had a couple of good interviews.
Yeah.
We had Dan, we had Alfie, we had Mark.
Oh yeah, Alfie and Mark as well. Did you call out Alfie for wearing a Dallas Fuel jersey? And
I did not. Is that egregious? Can I use that word?
It is egregious because he has like 3 different Overwatch League jerseys, but
Oh, I
doesn't
thought it was like a
support either
soccer team or something.
No, it's worse. It's much worse.
I'm wearing an idiom for it.
Oh man, Alfie, why?
I'm the only Overwatch fan in the room, and I'm offended because every time he shows up, he's wearing a different jersey. He just can't pick
What
his
team do you support?
I
not on my
supported
monitor, it's on that
the
monitor.
Hangzhou Spark back in the old Overwatch League. It doesn't exist anymore. There's a new format, Overwatch Champion Series. I'm a Crazy Raccoon fan. Me and all my best friends watch every week. We support Crazy Raccoons.
I like that.
Second to Worlds last year, but we recently won the Korean sub-regional, so let's go Raccoons.
There you go.
Lip, my goat. Shu, best Ana player of
I
all
haven't
time.
even looked at the chat. Sorry guys, I didn't have the chat on me.
No, you're all good.
If anyone had questions
Hello,
for Mark,
everybody,
I apologize.
and welcome back to Overwatch with Slif. Welcome back to round 2 of the VGC League Cup at Rockingham, coming at you live from Perth to Earth. Oh, I'm awake
Oh,
now,
you're awake,
Claire.
you're ready.
I'm
Round
awake
2, we're
now,
ready.
Claire. Let's go. I see Amy has joined us in chat. Or
Hey,
at least,
Amy.
I don't know if she still is here, but at least was. Welcome to the chat, Amy. Hello, Titanium Tellurium. That is a really cool name. Don't know if you're still about. Hello, new.
We do have a
new
VG stream
person.
in AU. Oh, thank you.
And yes, we do have content in Australia, and this content will be round 2 featuring Brendan Robeson, fresh back from EUIC, and Jordan Lamb, who unfortunately always just misses out on getting a stream spot. So I've promised him that he will get his round today. That is
here and he's
exactly
ready.
what's happening. I'll give you one of these.
Thank you very much.
You can have Brendan's. I'll hold Jordan's. So, Brendan is running something slightly different to the norm. It's still running the classic Wheezing, which he's been running for a long time with Dondozo, his best friend. But Flutterfish Koraidon, he's got a semi-sun mode. And speaking of sun, Jordan's team is all in.
On the sun.
Balls to the wall sun, and I absolutely love sun teams. I'm a big fan of hyper offense, as I've taught you. Zoom and boom
Zoom and
in
boom.
Perth, we love it.
Flutterfish.
We have Flutterfish versus Flutterfish, Koraidon versus Groudon, the Haggard Sun Mirror. And I just don't like Dondozo, and I just don't like Wheezing, so I'm inclined to.
See, I don't like Dondozo because it has Fisher, but this particular Dondozo doesn't have Fisher.
Yes, which doesn't make me like it any more.
No.
Personally.
Sorry, Brendan. We apologise.
We do, because we
like
love
Brendan.
we love Brendan, we love Robeson, and he's also one of the reasons, most of the reason all of this is able to happen. Most of this equipment is his. He's
Yeah,
the
big
tech
shout
savvy
out.
guy that set everything up.
Yeah, he lugs it over and he sets it up for us. It's very lovely.
He set up the YouTube channel for us as well. And it looks like he's going to be setting some sun for us, or doing some Haggard Wheezing jank and turning it off, which would just be unfair. It wouldn't be very nice, would it?
No, we'll see if it happens. But with that interaction, I know that does the weather activate or it just doesn't? If Wheezing is taken out, then the weather activates?
So if Wheezing comes out, the weather will turn on. Wheezing's ability is an unusual one that has priority over all other abilities, where most abilities will activate in speed order, so fastest Pokemon first. That's how you can gauge things like speed tiers of Incineroars in a mirror. Which one intimidated first? This one's likely going to be faster, win the Fake Out War. But yeah, Neutralizing Gas having a priority, and we're seeing that now. We have both Sun Setters on the field. and the gas has been neutralized, except also not, because Brendan's Koraidon's holding an ability shield, the item that lets it ignore the abilities of other Pokemon. So it's ignoring the Weezing's ability, setting the Sun, but up against a Sun team, this is just as beneficial for Jordan, if not more so. So we have the Haggard Sun Mirror with Weezing, yet Sun is still on the field. Jordan did lead with his Whimsicott as well, which does have access to Sunny Day in case he needed to set the Sun manually, but we're going to open the turn with a collision course doing about 60% to the Groudon. Whimsicott with its windy tails going to give this Groudon a little bit of speed. Groudon Precipice Wave's going to connect with both targets, but the Weezing lives, and classic Brendan ropes some Gas of Poison. Tragic.
Gas of Poison.
Tragic. You love to see it if you're Brendan, you don't if you're literally any other player in the world. Interestingly, the Whimsicott moving after the Koraidon.
The Prankster's deactivated.
Correct. Prankster, of course, deactivated by neutralizing gas, and Koraidon is very, very fast. Little bit of Poison Chip ticking away. Fairly good turn for Jordan to begin here, but the Poison Chip may end up becoming quite problematic as this game progresses. Hopefully this Groudon, like Dapperaptor's Kyogre in the previous round, has its glasses on. It has a clear amulet as its item. It could like hold it up to its eye to sort of like magnify its vision, you know, in case it's got
like
glaucoma or something.
Well?
Yeah.
We'll test this and we'll let you know.
Yes. We're definitely a theory.
I'll go get my diamonds.
Okay, Claire, flexing that 6-figure salary again, I see. Alright, Jordan opening turn with a switch. In comes Rice Bubbles.
Great name.
The Raging Bolt. Love the name. Brendan, however, also making a switch. The Koraidon will be coming out for the Tatsugiri.
Brendan doing that dirty thing where you make the Tatsugiri shiny and you don't know what it is?
No, because we're not playing on ladder with closed team sheets.
Right,
If we have open team sheets, the form can be seen on the open team sheet. Otherwise, the answer would be yes. But Brendan opening that turn just with a little bit of damage, some poison, and then a classic double switch into the Dondozo. Switching out the slot that he expects will be taking a hit, hoping to get the positioning correct. And a lot of things are happening right now. Photosynthesis activating, Dondozo getting a million stat boosts all at once. We are now down to game timer on turn 2 because of these incredibly slow interactions. Jordan perhaps reading the switch correctly though, clicking Moonblast into the Dondozo slot. Not going to do a lot of damage, but any chip is good chip.
I'm just noticing on Robeson's team, like, it's interesting. You've got like some hyper offensive mons. You've also got like the store mons, like the Dondozo and the Weezing. Like, I think you can kind of like run it in 2 modes.
Yeah, we've been seeing this pretty much since Regulation A, or Series 1 as it was known back then. Back then it was Glamora that was being used commonly with Dondozo. Glamora would set toxic spikes, or it would have
Mortal Spin?
I forget, use Mortal Spin to set to poison. I forget Glamora's signature ability off the top of my head. When it gets hit, is it Toxic Debris?
Yeah, Toxic Debris.
Yeah, so just ways to do a little bit of chip damage, and then a Dondozo would come in later. Click Protect, Leftovers Recovery, still a little bit of poison. We've been seeing this strategy throughout the entire format. The supporting Pokemon have just changed, and typically there'll be the offense aspect back then. You'd have things like your Goldingo, your Pawmot, very, very fast moves. So a consistent archetype throughout the generation. Dondozo going to click its Terastallization here, taking very little damage on the clap. Ordering up some Sushi, super effective, into Rice Bubbles.
Sushi into the Rice Bubbles.
Yep.
My breakfast of choice.
For anybody in chat listening and considering that as an option right now, don't. I also...
I endorse.
I love the nickname meta in Perth.
I love it.
Jordan always has some pretty cool nicknames, and Brendan loves his Whoopie and Droopy combination. Once again, the only player in Perth who actually loves them. They exist, and I hate them slightly less based on their name, but on a fundamental level, we don't support Whoopie in this house. We don't stand it.
We don't like Ruby?
We don't stand Whoopie. Jordan switching here, the only player currently able to do that because Dondozo is silly and locks itself in place. Whimsicott coming out, probably reading the order up as Terrestrialization is going to come out from the Ogerpon half lane. My personal favourite Ogerpon form. Contrary to popular belief, I play Rockpon more often than not because I think it's a really good Pokemon. But
Sturdy is just amazing.
Sturdy on a redirector is fantastic, and having drop coverage that's 100% accurate is great. But what is better than a fire type that gives itself a +1 boost in Sun? That is an incredibly small amount of damage for a super effective hit, +1 attack in Sun, showing you just how bulky Dondozo is with that defense boost from the order up, plus its 2 natural defense boosts. Oh, and of course the +1 doesn't actually come into play because of the unaware ability. I'm really good at casting, Claire.
You're doing very well.
I'm doing a really, really good job. Jordan there making an ambitious turn, trying to just read another order up. Not able to catch it though.
I just never know with Dondozo because you're technically playing with 1 Pokemon. But I mean, it's a powerful enough. It's sort of like 3.
Yeah,
But you can't switch. Like, once you've locked in, you've locked in. You've merged them. Because they're essentially 1 when you select your 4. It feels like you're selecting 1.
Pretty much, yeah.
You can't really run. I mean, you can run Dondozo. If you've got Tatsuguri on the team, you may as well merge them.
It's one of the reasons a lot of players opt against Dondozo is when you go for this particular strategy, you're right, you're basically committing to having effectively a 5-mon TV. You're forced to bring the pairing most of the time. If you want to bring one, you typically have to bring the other. It's not always the case. They can function independently, but that's on the more supportive Dondozo sets. This is, of course, an offensive mode for Dondozo. Brendan just going to protect here, get a little bit of leftovers recovery. Classic Dondozo stuff. Poison Chip going into Jordan's Whimsicott as he makes a switch here. Bringing in the Groudon to reset the Sun. Ivy Cudgel coming out, you're needing this to connect and be the knockout. And the Dondozo living on red HP. Clicking the Earthquake, a very safe move to click here. The low HP Ogerpon will go down to the Earthquake. Groudon taking a big chunk of damage as well. And this is why we don't like Dondozo.
It's just so bulky. Like, every time I see it being played, it will live something. I just think, no way.
My favourite Dondozo set is, of course, the specially defensive Assault Vest set, the least optimal Dondozo imaginable, but
That in itself is goated.
that is exactly why we prefer it. Groudon will go down to the Poison Chip. Jordan now left with Whimsicott and Rice Bubbles. The Whimsicott as well having what I think is a Japanese name. Curious if this is just a Japanese Whimsicott or if Jordan knows something about the language we don't and there's a subtle
Could be saying
insult
anything.
hidden in there that wouldn't be allowed on the
Against
stream
us
otherwise.
Dondozo haters.
Also, yes, it could very well be a targeted Dondozo insult, just trying to get inside Brendan's head a little bit there. Whoopee clicking Protect. Nobody saw a Protect coming for Leftovers Recovery and Poison Chip. We've never seen Dondozo do this before. A very innovative strategy here in Perth. The room is incredibly quiet. Everybody can hear that.
You signed up for this.
I did. I planned it all. Classic lefties recovery now on the Dondozo. We perhaps might be about to see some shenaniganery, that's the word, happening here. Now they're talking. I had to say something. It was too quiet back there. It was eerie. Now they're all laughing at. Now they're all laughing.
Shenaniganery?
Yeah. Now they're all laughing at how English doesn't work. That was an audible sigh from Jordan. Anybody who heard that? It wasn't Claire.
It was, actually. Got a rock on my hair.
Rice Bubbles clapping some thunder, not doing enough damage to this resisted hit, but the Moonblast will take out the Dondozo. And it's gone. And we all rejoice. Yeah. Everybody,
remains.
everybody salute moment of silence.
And it's over.
It's gonna be a moment of silence when it comes in game 2 and we have to wait another 12 years for its stat boost to apply. Alright, Acrobite coming in. Obviously
Not the
the
Mark Bike?
name of the Koraidon. I don't know how to pronounce that ability. Orichalcum Pulse or a Calcum Pulse. I don't know if that's a real word. I'll get some confirmation on, again, English later. If Orichalcum can be a word, so can shenaniganery. Okay?
Yeah. Look, if it's endorsed on the stream, it's legit.
Yep, 100%. You're right, I should be looking at chat. Hello, Amy. Welcome back. Also,
Oh, hi, Amy.
hello, Titanium Tellurium. That is a fantastic name. Welcome to the chat. Not sure if you're local to Australia, local to Perth, but thank you for joining. And yes, hello, Amy. We are both doing great. Thank you very much for the vote of confidence.
Thank
we
you.
agree with you.
Yeah, we are doing great. And so are
Yeah.
you, as viewers.
And you are doing fantastic as well, Amy, yes. All right, Whimsicot's clicking the big tailwinds now, going to give itself that very important speed boost, and it's over.
Conceded. Look, a great game from both players. Dondozo's so bulky.
Dondozo's a guy, or it could be a girl, I don't know. It's effectively the Pokemon incarnation of Sylvie.
Wow, we're going outside and having a chat about that later.
Oh yeah, I need to not say any more. Titanium Tellurium, if I may ask, whereabouts are you from? Are you one of our locals? Are you new to the scene? Are you somebody on a fake account scouting Perth teams to prepare to counter us in Brisbane? There'll be a Dondozo.
We said nothing.
No, nobody would put in Dondozo. Stubborn Knot. I do like that name for the Fluttermane. Yes, I just like Fluttermane. It's just a giant stoned floating head. And I really like its design.
Stoned?
Look at its eyes. Like, bloodshot isn't even the correct word. You need to...
I look like that when I wake up in the morning.
You look stoned.
Yeah, every single time.
Well, today we learned, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. You are from Sydney, Titanium Tellurium. No tournaments there. I believe Sydney has tournaments. At least Newcastle does. They actually live stream a few of their tournaments there. I forget the name of the guy who live streams. Oh, Lord Kai on Twitch or YouTube. You can find him. He'll stream their tournaments occasionally.
Hey, Warren.
There's a lot of yeah, there you go, from Lewis. You've got a lot of good players in Sydney, a lot of good talent. Pretty well-known region in Australia.
We've got Warren in the chat. Hi, Warren.
Yeah, I'm just ignoring him because he's dropping G6.
Oh, Warren.
All right, so leads change up from both players here. We're going to have the Sun lead again, but both have chosen to bring their farter men.
Ha 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 ha.
Yes, very funny.
Where's the door? Can I go?
And this is where we have a look at the speed interactions I was talking about in that previous game, where based on the speed, the order of the abilities activating, you can kind of get a gauge for which Pokemon will be faster in this interaction. Safe to assume Groudon's going to be the slowest one, because Groudon is not typically known for being fast. Just going to click Protect. G6 in chat for Warren, by the way. Apologies, Warren. This is Jordan versus Robeson, game 2. Robeson is currently up a game, and we are watching through Jordan's perspective. So, Robeson's Fluttermane moving first, an Icy Wind speed drop, Flare Blitzing into Jordan's. This is one of the most difficult things about building a Fluttermane, is you want it to be bulky enough it's very physically frail. You want to have a little bit of bulk investment, but you don't want to sacrifice too much speed, or in the mirror, these are the interactions that it'll have. Fluttermane is a incredibly strong Pokemon, but very, very tricky.
I mean, do you think it's better to just, like, I don't know, high special attack, high speed, get as many Icy Winds out as you can before you go down, or better to invest some bulk?
If you're running a Focus Sash, obviously you just go like all in on speed. Robeson's is a Choice Specs variant, so it could easily be very, very fast, very, very hard hitting, or it could be a little bit bulky. I think with threats like Chin Pow, it's kind of like a staple move you want to be living most of the time, but you don't want to sacrifice too much speed either and then lose the mirror interaction. It's very tricky. Anyway, Jordan going to open up the terrestrializations for this game. As you can hear, games behind us have completed, and now they're being too loud.
Too loud for us.
All of
Sorry.
a sudden. Going straight in for the terrestrialization. Thunderclap failing. That is a big... You don't see Dragon Claw very often. from Koraidon.
I mean, doesn't it normally have flame charge? I guess
Yeah.
this one might just be naturally fast.
Yeah, Flame Charge is typically the other move that you'll see. There was the Loaded Dice Scale Shot variant with an Umbreon that got top 4 at, I think it might have been San Antonio. Early versions ran occasionally Breaking Sight, but typically it's just free fire moves. Flame Charge to keep yourself into that speed controlling position, and then big damage moves.
Hangs in there.
That is an insane live. Photosynthesis boosted, Terra Electric boosted, Thunderclap. Very unfortunate that Koraidon just hanging on there. It is a resisted hit. Restricted Pokemon are naturally bulky. Hard to tell if this Koraidon is full speed attack like most, or if it is bulk invested. Precipice Blades, though, going into the Protect. At least they're connected with the Protect. 85% chance to not hit Protect, right? No, yeah. Just for the people at home, Claire just squinted at me in utter confusion. You're welcome for that one.
Thanks.
Anyway, I feel like
It's a good squint, though.
it was a great squint. Yeah, it was. You look really, really good. Yeah, it was very, very compelling.
Yeah, thank you. Scathing as well.
I like that. All right, so next Pokemon coming out. It looks like Robeson opted to leave the Dondozo Tatsugiri mode behind. We don't know if he has at least one of them in the back, but he's not going to be bringing both. We were talking about how if you bring one, you bring both. He didn't bring one. Perhaps he didn't bring both. Chi-Yu coming out instead, and this is a Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. With no Tailwind up, this Chi-Yu is going to be moving first. We're going to get a Terrestrialization as well on the Terra Ghost, just to make sure it lives the potential Precipice Blades coming out. Ogerpon says no. Look over here. Chi-Yu going first, of course, using that Heat Wave.
Big damage.
Decent damage within the sun. Precipice Blades will double connect though, bringing the Chi-Yu into the red, but it's not enough. At least we are going to get to see Jordan's last Pokemon. Oh, and that's right, the Weezing was out. The Beta Bruin wasn't even active on
And it
those
did that much
damage
damage
rolls.
without it.
And the last Pokemon is going to be, well, jokes, we already saw it. We knew it wasn't Dondozo Tatsugiri in the back. Farter Man has returned to say hello one more time. Looking a bit precarious here, of course. Chi-Yu and Fluttermane could always just miss their attacks. Alright.
2 spreads. 2 minutes, but nah.
Jordan playing to his out here, going to protect that Overwhelm. Double protect here. We're just going to scout out the options. Fluttermane is, of course, choice locked into its move. It's just going to click Dazzling Gleam, 100% accuracy spread move. Ogerpon will resist it though.
I mean, if you
Perhaps.
double up with the Dazzling Gleam and the Heat Wave with the beads active, surely they're both in trouble.
Of course, but with Heat Wave's chance to miss,
Is it 80%?
it's 85% accuracy, I believe. Where there's a miss, there's a way.
Miss them?
Where there's a miss, there's a way. Yeah, that was really bad, wasn't it? You should kick me off the desk for that.
Yeah, I can do this by myself.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jordan playing to his outs here, and you've got to respect the hustle. And Heatwave's going to connect.
And a crit.
It's going to take out the Ogerpon anyway, and critically onto the Groudon as well. Sun going down, but Beads of Ruin just too strong. Jordan really having to bank on the misses there. And by the misses, I don't mean his girlfriend. I'm doing so good today. I'm doing so good today. Oh, I'm so good at this. Amy, if you're still in chat, no, there are no regionals in Sydney. Sydney had a regional back in 2023, I believe, and they had a stream. The stream was done by the two Henrys, Henry Brown for TCG, Henry Rich for VGC, as well as Mastodon. I don't think Sydney they haven't had a regional since then. I don't imagine we'll be getting any more Sydney regionals. But the reason we're doing this is because we hope we get to have a stream just like they did. Because if Sydney just gets one regional in a decade and they get a stream, we've had like 11 Perth regionals. Hello, TPCI, acknowledge us. We're real. We exist.
And it's such a strong crew here as well.
Yeah,
Everyone here is amazing.
And we're really, really good at the game. You might not believe that because if you're watching this ESL, you just saw a Dondozo.
But it was played well.
And Robeson giving me the finger of warning, not the... that needs to be heavily rephrased, and I'll allow you to attempt to rephrase that one for me, Claire, as you interview Brendan.
Alrighty.
All right.
So, like, we've got good rapport. It's fine. You're just abrasive. I'm the gentle, soothing bum.
Thank you. I'm glad you're using the word that I used to describe myself against me. I can't disagree with you at all. Hopefully Brendan's finger is not as abrasive as I.
Oh, wow. All right, take your abrasive self away. Take it away. Brendan, congrats on your win round 2.
Thank you.
How'd you go in round 1?
Round 1, not so good. Lost to Tim. Couldn't beat the Genies.
Oh, Tim and his genius. But yeah, round 2, great. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Liking the team, so hopefully I can keep submarining and keep on winning.
So you went to EUIC, right?
Yeah.
You've got to tell everyone about it. We've got I can't see the chat, we've got like streamers like listening in. You've got to tell everyone about it. How was the
Yeah,
experience?
EUIC was good. I went 4-4, which wasn't the goal, but still had a good time. Yeah.
What team did you take for EUIC? For this one?
I took a similar team, but it was a Colorex Shadow Rider instead of the Cridon.
Nice. I mean, look, I'm not a huge advocate for the horses, but like, I think you're really nice. I think it like balances out. But how do you reckon you're going to go for like the rest of today? Are you confident in your matchups? Have you like done a bit of scouting of what everyone's doing, or you just
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
go in?
feeling good. I switched to Cridon because Screamtail was giving me a lot of issues, and I know there's a few players in Perth that like to use it, so hopefully Cridon can help me with that matchup.
Okay. Are you feeling like Brisbane? You're going to Brisbane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you thinking this team for Brisbane, or are you going to like revamp it again?
Not sure yet. I'll just keep experimenting with different teams and see where I land.
Are you gunning for Melbourne as well?
Yeah, I'd like to go to Melbourne as well.
Worlds even?
Well, if I can get top 20, I'm currently 24th, I think, so...
So good. So how many points do you need to like break into the top 20?
Or other day I'll check like 50 or something like that.
That's good. Just win a couple of cups.
Yeah,
How'd you
that's
go on the
it.
recent GC?
GCA went good. I got 35 CP, got to 1620, I think it was.
That's amazing. Yeah, like I watched someone play it, and man, it was grueling. It was soul crushing. I couldn't believe how terrible it was.
I won like 10 games in a row, and then I got too scared. I was like, no, I'll just lock in the 35 CP. I won't keep playing.
So what is your like process for doing the GC? Did you do like all your games on one day, or do you spread it out over the Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
I did most of them on the Friday, and then I did a few on Sunday, and that's when I decided to stop.
So if you stop, like, is it more likely that people are going to like do better than you, or do you just?
I use Kieran's strategy of doing most of your games on Sunday in the hopes that the points have increased on the field and easier to get points, and if you lose less points.
That's a good idea. Okay, I'll remember that. I'm not ever going to do it. But I want a little bit of history on you, actually. Like, what got you into Pokemon?
What got me into Pokemon? I don't remember. I think it was just going around school, and I was like, that's pretty fun.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Were you into like the cards or just like the games?
I was into both, so yeah, the video game, the card game, the anime, anything Pokemon I liked.
What's your favourite Pokemon?
My favourite Pokemon? Oh, that's a tough one. Maybe Milotic?
Whoa, that is such an elegant choice. I love it.
I won my first tournament with a Milotic, so it's got a special place in my heart.
Are we talking like competitive strats here, ability-wise, or are you Marvel scaling?
I was competitive with Hypnosis, which was fun.
Oh, very nice. Does that get coiled?
Yeah. Pretty sure it does,
I was
yeah.
thinking of something Chris used against me once. I think I beat him. But he's going to come in and be like, no, you didn't. Are you enjoying being a part of the community? Because you're like one of the OGs here, right? Or are you?
Yeah, I've been here for a while. Love the community. Made lots of good friends here. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Because I hear like you run Dondo's, but you don't run Fisher.
No.
Because you're a better person.
I've lost to I've lost to Tim many times with Fissure. I swear it's 100% accurate.
What's your favourite like strat to use? Is it like just the
favourite strategy?
Dondozo strat with the assault vest, or do you have any other ones like hiding in your boxes?
I think currently my favourite strategy is good old Psy Spam.
Oh no.
Always enjoy Psy Spam.
So you're an Indeedee lover, aren't you?
Yeah.
Ah. Who's your favourite like expanding force user? Because you got your terrain set up.
Probably Hatterene.
What? Okay. Look, I still love you. It's fine. You're very skilled, so you can like pull off all these strats. We've got Reg Eye coming, according to Dan and Mark and Alfie. Sorry, what like double restricteds are you feeling? If you're happy to spill the beans.
Haven't really experimented, but I don't know. I think something to begin with, like Choice Scarf Kyogre with Dawn Wings Necrozma might
Dawn
be
Wings
fun.
Necrozma?
Yeah.
Very nice.
You know, get off Water Spout, set up Trick Room. It's probably not good in practice, but it sounds fun.
I reckon that sounds like a great team, and there's no horses. So that's good.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Are you very like meta inclined, or do you like to have like a few more offbeat picks?
I do play meta teams, but I guess I prefer non-meta teams. Yeah. Lately I've been using a lot of Dondozo and Psy Spam.
Have you got a team where like Dondozo is on a Psy Spam team? Is that like a thing? Can you do that?
Yeah. I've done that before with like Indeedee Calyrex Shadow Rider, so got expanding force there.
Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah.
The rage. Well, best of luck for the rest of your day. I'll
Thank
let you.
you.
Go, like, reset yourself for your next game.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you just played so well. I'm so glad we got to see you on stream. 'Cause we didn't get to see you last couple when we streamed. So yeah.
Thank you.
It's very good. You've done very well. Yeah, good luck for today.
Cheers. Catch ya.
Alright, everyone, we'll be back for game 3. I'm just gonna grab some water and find Slif.
What did I say?
No, I got yours.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to go through that. I don't want to be up against either of these two idiots.
Do you want to be on the monitor sitting next to us, or would you rather be away? The problem if you put Do you mind if we pitch your judge sheet from Robin for system purposes? We of course want you. Everybody knows you're just 2-5-2 anyway.
That's not true. My Okie Dokie has some Vulcan better.
True. I'd be concerned if you had a jolly Okie Dokie actually.
My Indeed.
Yeah, the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 HP. That's actually got a high amount of speed just because I got sick of Rillaboom's outspeeding me with Fake Out. Because they made up handles, but it isn't possible. Obviously, yeah, it's nearly like
What? Game 3 was a speed tie.
Force spin it, so it's an even number. It's a psychic.
We've been doing 50-50. Yeah, it's fine. I beat him at cut last time with not a speed tie, so it's like. He's a bit
What's going on?
I told you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll do that next time. I had to get my.
I've never seen Claire upset with Dan. I'm shocked right now.
So this is the off day where we don't glaze down, right? This is flame day.
Well, apparently. That's what Claire's doing.
Yeah, fuck that. Language
I thought Claire did the facepalm react too much, but she just did it.
How is it that you say fuck very loudly and he gestures at me for a language warning?
I was pointing to the
Ladies and gentlemen, over there.
I still can't believe he didn't give Jared a language warning.
What did Jared say?
Jared, can you whisper me later?
I don't remember.
He had a Pokemon named Nightmare, and he thought it would be appropriate to enunciate it without the A to emphasize the G, and you can put it in your head what he said. He said it twice, and then Robert gave me a language warning.
I agree.
This reminds me equivalent of the Simpsons, like this game and bartender. Sorry, what's the matter? It's like someone swears loud. It's like Slif language one. He's like, what? I just assumed.
You might be like, oh, that was a sick dab.
All that pivoting just for Kelly Rick just coming in. I'm alive.
Kelly Rick plus. You gotta run Zekrom with Zekrom.
Zekrom kick. To the Brisbane.
To the travel chat.
Alright, what signatures? Alright, quickest game to set of all time.
Immediately. He comes to the collector and Morley.
He's got a Brisbane.
He's got a Brisbane. He's like, okay. Which is like, you know what?
He's going to Brisbane. No, Wolfie is.
Oh, well, yeah, true. But so I immediately got, because Joel and Anna were at the time. You please give me admin and turn on admin.
We pivoted bonds for
And then immediately, Aaron then shares a screenshot of Wolf. Well, that's what it says. When it's because he found that Chris had left his jack.
you gotta stop that. It's funny to say it, not to do it.
I know Tyler. I know who he is. He and I chat fighters that can't get My issue is that you can
Okay, Jake's there. Table 1, Dan and Mark.
Jake was a foreman.
Table 1, Dan and Mark. Table 2, Tim and Orion. Yes. Table 3, Jared and Brendan.
Me and you. You and Dan.
Table 4, Jared and Dan. Table 5,
We're on table 1. Okay, who's table 2? Okay, we'll get Crystal on because you've already been
You're running counter-attack. Are you gonna click that off the Star Wars stuff?
Why are we down 21? It's the start of the second quarter.
Ready to have you distracted by me.
I already have enough voices. I can't be distracted by
I've got to ask you both. Do you consent to being on track?
I do.
69%.
That's true.
Yep.
I'll give you another minute shot.
Sorry?
You take your spot.
Nick, Robert, Brendan, No.
I need to put my Switch on charge, otherwise it'll die in like 15 minutes. Now it's 25. What the fuck?
Is that your switch in there, Tim? Okay, we'll just catch up. Alright, do we have audio? Are we good?
You're looking at Orichalcum.
Yeah, I've got some trivia for us coming
Oh,
up.
goody.
But before we start the trivia, welcome back. I hope Claire has treated you well and conducted the interviews with grace.
I have much grace.
Excellent.
No abrasiveness whatsoever.
I'm inclined to believe it. Was Robeson's finger abrasive?
No, I didn't even see his finger.
Why is this monitor not turned on?
Are you to it? Oh yeah, it's on.
We're not getting anything coming through here.
Probably need to turn the Switch on.
Oh. Why is the switch not on, silly?
It turns
Oh, there we go. All right, welcome back. Chat to round 3 of the, I'm going to get sick of saying this, VGC League Cup in Rockingham, streaming you from Perth to Earth, featuring Slif and Claire. Okay, formalities out the way. So, for round 3, we are going to have Timothy Nurse, who has...
Oreo.
Tim, yes, that's right, Oreo in Discord, or Orion. So Tim, having been on stream multiple times, everybody loves him except for Chris, who listed him for using Fisher.
I'm still on the list.
Fisher?
The Fisher himself, and Orion, somebody we haven't seen before at one of our locals from Bunbury, the same place as Dapper Raptor, who was on stream earlier today, active in the Discord, known as Oreo. Welcome to Perth, welcome to the Cup, and welcome to our stream. Thank you very much for being here. As the team sheets trade begins, I'll pass one over to you. I'll discuss Oreo's team first. We have a similar-ish looking team to what Jailer, and we've got Kyogre offense here with the Tornadus, but we're running Landorus instead. Double Genies, we love that. The classic Iron Hands, a staple on just about any team. Sinister for a little bit of redirection, a little bit of potential trick room, and interestingly it's Terra Normal because we don't like Calyrex Shadow in this house. And a Incineroar with the classic Will-O-Wisp set with Intimidate and Safety Goggles. And before we move on to Tim's team, which is going to be far less exciting to talk about, I have some trivia for the chat. It turns out that Orichalcum is a thing. It exists, kind of.
Does it have a pronunciation?
It is actually Orichalcum.
Very nice.
Without the CH. I guess that sound didn't exist when Orichalcum was invented, because apparently it's a legendary metal that was used to make coins by the Romans. It's not entirely sure what it... it's derived from Greek words oros, meaning mountain, and kalkos, meaning copper or bronze. The Romans minted coins out of it, including various coins of names. Apparently, it was mined in the lost city of Atlantis, according to Plato, likely rubbish. There was a shipwreck discovered in Sicily that contained ingots of orichalcum, sure. It was believed to have been an alloy of copper, zinc, and perhaps small amounts of lead and tin. So it's not actually metal, it's an alloy. Google AI, get your facts straight. We know the difference. We know the periodic table here, and orichalcum is not on it because it's not a metal. It's not an element. A little bit of snobbiness there.
Do you want me to brush the shoulder for you?
Yes, please. I can't reach it myself. My shirt's too tight. The term orichalcum has been used to describe the sulfide mineral chalcopyrite. Copyrights, that's an interesting one. And brass. The Romans transliterated orichalcum as orichalcum, which was thought to mean gold copper. So it's just an old alloy that the Romans used to make coins. Anyway, that was rubbish.
And to make an alloy, you heat it up, and it sets the sun.
And it has... I was just about to say, I don't know what the relevance is to Koraidon here, but that's probably it. I mean, given that Koraidon is, like, based off of a Mayan god, did the Mayans use orichalcum to make coins? Did they use the coins to light up the sun? Tell us about Tim's team. That was the worst trivia of all time.
Tim's running Kali Shadow Rider, and he's got double genies and some fake out pivots with Rillaboom and Incin, and then he's got Urshifu Wet, or water.
Urshifu Wet, I like that. And we have double genies on both sides. And to open the game, we are going to have some... excuse me, oh my goodness, some classic switches, because it wouldn't be VGC without a little bit of pivoting. Tim's Landorus clicking Earth Power into the Iron Hands, not going to deal enough damage, clearly calced. Wild Charge into the switched in Rillaboom won't be enough to knock out the Iron Hands, also very calced. Tim shooting himself in the foot there with the Rillaboom switch. Iron Hand's not dealing enough damage to knock itself out to recoil. Tim looking pretty silly right about now.
Everyone's listening.
And everybody behind us is listening. We have additional commentators in chat. Shut up, play your games. It's a cup, take it seriously.
So unseriously. Chat's gone.
Chat is going offline. Holy. There we go.
Oh, hello.
We're back. Amy, Oreo, the O2 Drop Discord Hall of Fame. Yep, the one and the same. And the abrasiveness. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't have chat open when I was going on my monologue about Brunson's abrasive finger and whatever orichalcum actually is. Landorus, though, going to finish off the Iron Hands. Massive overkill there. And Tim, even though he takes the knockout, I think he still looks pretty silly.
Tim always looks silly.
He's a silly guy. He's a silly man. And of course, the Haggard, we can't say anything right now because they're right next to us phase. But we know that they're thinking about clicking moves and locking something in. We get to see Tim's Landorus using Sludge Bomb into Sinister, doing less than half. Oreo's Landorus now hitting Tim's Rillaboom Sludge Bomb, also going to live. Woodhammer not dealing enough damage. Rillaboom knocking itself out to recoil. Tim once again looking like a silly Billy. Not only did the Rillaboom switch punish him by not allowing the Iron Hands to knock itself out to recoil, Tim losing his own Rillaboom to recoil, and then Oreo setting Trick Room. Oh, Tim. If only he had Fissure on his team, he might have actually secured a KO. Double Genie mode under Trick Room now. Low health Landorus. We saw the speed interactions. Oreo's Landorus consistently moving last. I wonder if it's calced to be deliberately slower for this Trick Room mode, or if Tim's just really fast because he's Perth and he likes Zoom and Boom. But we did indeed see a mod. Sinister going to lock in Mucha Gotcha. I hate pronouncing that move name.
Mucha Gotcha.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Getcha. He did getcha because he got the double connect there. Nice chunk of healing. Sinister almost back up to full HP. Unfortunately, Orion not having many options here with the Sludge Bomb, but Tim landing the Bleakling Storm.
No rain, hit both. Very nice.
Double
The
connect.
Tim way.
Takes out the Landorus, gets the Sinister. Tim not looking as silly as he did previously. But then as I look at him, he has a goofy smile on his face, once again looking silly.
Attacked. Oh shit, he's not that silly.
Alright, who looks silly now? Because that is a Kyogre.
And a guaranteed hit on Bleakwind now.
It is a guaranteed hit on Bleakwind, but this Kyogre, unlike Jalen's, does have the classic Water Spout. And there are still a few turns of Trick Room left to go. And I have to assume that based on the Landorus speed interaction of the previous turn, this will be a slower Kyogre. Naturally is slower than these two Pokemon anyway. Tim going to pull the silly move and go for the Protect to try to stall out one of these Trick Room turns here. Water Spouts. This is probably going to be a roll. High roll takes the Tornadus out. Water Spout in rain. That must have been a clutch roll right there. Let's just have a quick little... I'm looking at the wrong sheet. I am bad at this. The Kyogre is holding the Mystic Water. That's probably what gave it the damage it needed to KO the Tornadus. Yeah. Tim now bringing in his last Pokemon, revealing his restricted. Out comes the Calyrex, and it's Kyogre against the world. But the world's not looking very bright for him right now, probably because he hasn't melted any Orichalcum. Hey, that, come on,
Yeah,
come
I'll
on,
give it
I
to you,
slid
I'll
that
give it
one
to
in,
you,
that
I'll
was
give it
good.
to you.
The double protect on the Landorus, absolute
He built
silly move,
different,
absolute
you would
silly
say.
move. Kyogre spouting the water. Mystic Water might be enough to get the KO on this Calyrex. Jokes, it's holding a Focus Sash. That was probably a roll anyway. Is that a Sash proc? Is that a natural lift Sash proc? Okay, it was enough, it was enough. We know that for next game. Calyrex barraging astrally. Some more shenaniganery going in as Kyogre takes less than half. Tim declaring roll. I declare he sucks. Still, Trick Room still active. Kyogre still the slowest thing on the field. Potentially able to spout some more water. Tim going to go for his terrestrialization. I believe this will be coming out onto the Waterous? Landorus. That was unintentional. That's not what I meant to say. The Waterous incarnate. The incarnation of water itself up against the literal god of the ocean.
Who will win?
Yeah, well, Landorus going for the triple protect just in case. Not able to land it. Calyrex going to protect here. Terra Water to cover in case to protect. Doesn't land. Does it survive the half-ish power Water Spout? I don't think so. Alright, so the KO is landed onto the Waterous Incarnate. Was this the last turn of Trick Room? I haven't been keeping count. I
need
think
someone
it
to
might
check
have
on the
been.
screen for us.
I was looking,
there
I
we
was
go,
looking at the
just
chat,
ended,
Tim.
just ended.
Alright, Trick Room has ended. Time for this Astral Barrage. We saw it do less than 50% last time. Tim hoping for a high roll or a critical hit. And looking awfully silly as the Kyogre lives in the red. And you know what? I respect it. Oreo could have clicked the 1 HP Water Spout. He could have done one single damage, which would have been enough to Kyogre. He said, no, I'm going to beam him with some ice instead. Take that, Calyrex. And Tim, once again, looking like a silly Billy.
I don't think you look silly, Tim. You're fine.
Silly Timmy. Silly Timmy.
We need to stop beating Tim down. We need to bring him up. You know, he's already down here. We need to bring him up here.
What do you mean? He's won 5 challenges. He's over BFL.
That's my plan.
He's gone high enough. He did it with 4 Pokemon once. Okay, he's gone high enough. Alright, and I am really liking the look of Oreo's team here. I love this Kyogre Rain offense. I love the Trick Room mode. I'm quite a bit of a fan of Sinistcha. Not a user of it myself because I'm bad. I like that we're seeing double genies from both sides, although Tim's side not having the rain, but he does have double genie and Urshifu Rapid Strike. Theoretically, a tech to play into opposing rain teams, but not really prepared for Trick Room in this instance.
I mean, it's taunt.
Yeah, I mean, I had to agree.
He does have access to that taunt, but as we saw from Oreo, this is more of a semi-room team. He can bring the Trick Room set later into the game, staggering that Trick Room, making Tim look awfully silly for switching in his Rillaboom when he did.
Everyone's aim make Tim look silly.
Orion did play very well there. He needed to outposition and remove the Rillaboom in order to be able to bring his Kyogre safe. His Kyogre is Terra Grass, so it wouldn't take too much damage from something like that Grassy Glide or that Wood Hammer, but you do want to keep healthy so you can get those Water Spouts out the way. Removing any chance for Tim to hit with a priority move keeps the Kyogre safe and keeps the Terrestrialization open for some other Pokemon on Oreo's team. Did he even use Terrestrialization that game? He didn't even need it. He didn't even need it. Just clowning on Tim, making an absolute fool of him right now.
Oh, dude.
Bow, bow. All right, game 2. Orion currently up 1 game against Tim. Tim wanting to make Orion look equally as silly. And we have a lead change up from both players. Tim opting to lead with the Landorus and Orion with the Iron Hands again, but we have a restricted on the field. Calyrex Shadow in front of that Ghost-type Sinistcha.
I didn't even see the Sinistcha because it's hidden by the horse.
Yeah, the Sinistcha is just...
It's little.
Yeah, it's complete... I mean, yeah, it's like it's behind the Landorus's tail.
Yeah.
Will any moves hit it?
I don't know.
It's hiding.
It's a little teacup shortened stout.
The unremarkable form.
The unremarkable form. Looking
Which is an important distinction.
Yes, and it's looking awfully unremarkable as it's hidden behind Granny's hand as she celebrates. Granny waving at Sinistcha. I'm over here. Alright, here we go. Opening up the game with a turn 1 Terrestrialization. The classic... Oh, here we go. Orion making Tim look silly by not using Terrestrialization in game 1, making him look even sillier by using Terrestrialization. Turn 1 of game 2. Iron Hands clicking the fake out. But Tim clicking Psychic instead into the Iron Hands. Not enough damage. Sinistcha free to go for this Trick Room here. And Tim not using his Terrestrialization in response to Orion's on at turn 1, looking even sillier still. He just can't stop it. Dimensions have been twisted, as TPCI casters would like to say.
I feel like Orion would have preferred Iron Hands to be KO'd though. I don't know, it's like a free switch here, potentially.
It gives him a big bit of damage. He can certainly punch holes through Calyrex, which he is going to switch. Are we going to see the wild charge into the Rillaboom and the not recoil knockout? He's still about to look silly for a 2nd game in a row. Landorus clicking Protect. Orion emoting in the background.
He does.
Sinister
Feels kind of
matching the gacha.
I
love
love
the
that
animation. Jinx? Jinx? Oh, no, I said it first.
Under a roof.
You spoke, I win. What's the rule? What happens
You can't say under a roof without saying under a roof. So it like rebounds.
No, you just made that up. That's rubbish.
No, Google it.
What happens if you speak in the Jinx?
120.
I don't know. Fact check us, someone quick. I'm paid
Fact
intern.
check us?
We need to be fact checked.
We have to weigh ourselves for a fat check?
Fact.
Let's give Iron Hands a fat check over here. Anyway, Iron Hands remarkably not knocking itself out once again, because it didn't even go for the Rillaboom this time, because Orion obviously read the Rillaboom switch, once again making Tim look awfully, say it with me Claire,
Silly. That was begrudging.
You can hear the enthusiasm in her voice as she announced Tim's silliness. The Ghost-type Pokemon being hit with the Fake-Out. Terrestrialization making Orion look silly now. Close combat not enough to knock out the Rillaboom. Earth Power not enough to take out the Sinistcha though. Bit of a neutral turn. The Trick Room turns tick away, as does Tim's silliness.
Ticking away so it's less silly?
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was silly.
There is a bit of banter going on between the players. I can't quite make out what they're saying, but I believe Tim is saying, I am silly, and Orion's saying, yes, I believe you are. I agree. I'm in agreement with this.
Can confirm it was similar.
Alright, as our next turn begins, Sinistcha switching out a very unsilly play into this Landorus, but there's the silly Rillaboom pivot. Tornadus coming in, double Genies on the field, triple Genies on the field. Now,
how many wishes can we make? How many wishes?
Remember the quad Koraidon
what was
at
it?
Collector? Are we going to have quad Genie this time?
Genie, what is it? It's like squared and squared again.
Well, like squared cubed. What's the power of 4? No, well, like
you know, to the power of 4.
What
do they call that?
A cube is a 3-dimensional shape. What's a 4-dimensional shape? Do they even exist? Yeah. Tim says yes.
Yeah, I
sounding
reckon.
awfully silly because he can't tell us what it is.
We need the word. We need our fact check.
All right, I'm going to Google what a 4-dimensional shape is. Orion hands. I love that, Amy. I love that.
Orion hands on. Can we change our Discord? Yes. Amy, gotta change this Discord quick.
Oh, is the Iron Hands going to get knocked out to recoil, or was the Grassy Train recovery enough to allow it to live and make Tim look silly again? And it's not enough.
It was nearly at like a third of it.
You built different guys.
What am I Googling again?
3-dimensional.
It's called a hypercube, by the way.
A hypercube.
Hypercube? That's what we're looking for, thank you.
And hypersphere.
You did engineering, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm engineering dropout. Hell yeah.
Actually, Dan, according to Google AI, a 4D shape is called a Tesseract. Have you not watched The Avengers?
If it's in 4D, nothing else.
I think you just look silly.
So Genie Tesseract is what we're gunning for here. But we've already seen the one Genie get knocked out. According to Dan, it's a hypercube, but Genie hypercubes just sounds about as silly as Timothy Nurse, am I right?
But that's the whole point.
True, it is awfully silly. We did have Koraidon Tesseract a few weeks ago, and that was
I
enjoyable.
enjoyed it.
Anyway, something else worth enjoying is the rest of this game and Tim's silliness, and the shoutouts to Orion Hands by Amy. As Calyrex clicks Astral Barrage with a Terra Normal Sinistcha on the field. Now, isn't that awfully silly? Sludge Bomb gonna pick up the knockout there. Orion Hands. I can't get over how good that is.
That's great.
Now I want to legally change my name to something that kind of matches a Pokemon that I really like, so I can like have my name changed onto it.
What Pokemon would you choose?
I mean, I'm a really Veltal's my favorite Pokemon, but like Slif Veltal, it just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't work. I'm gonna change my name to something that begins with a Y.
I was gonna say Bob. Bob Veltal.
Bob Veltal. Bob Veltal.
Done.
Robert Bob Veltal Slifka.
There you go.
Hello, chat, and welcome back to the VGC League Cup at Rockingham, coming at you live from Perth to Earth. I am Robert Bob Veltel Slifka, and I'm joined here by Claire Doran, aka Chris's sister. Shout out to you. Hey.
Just had a refresh of casters.
Alright, Sylvia has not started singing yet. This game is far from over. Tim going to commit the terror onto the Landorus. It is Waterous Incarnate once again. Waterous Incarnate. Orion protecting his own, not Waterous, Groundorus.
Groundorous, Waterous.
Maybe you need a quick win.
This is a big turn. We've seen what this Astral Barrage does before, doing even less
I realize
damage.
it's so bulky on the special defense side. Oh.
That must have been a really low roll unless I missed something while I was laughing here, because that did a lot less than it did last time. Not enough damage from the Stansia Storm either. The Origin Pulse double connection. Orion hands popping off. He's very happy about this. He's very happy, and Tim is awfully silly.
Got this, your Rillaboom's got this, okay?
We've got Tim, the silly Fisher versus Orion Hands.
We're changing it. I love it.
Yeah. Rillaboom against the world right now.
You're a lot less silly in real life.
Tim clicking Grassy Glide takes out the Landorus as expected, but this Kyogre here is certainly going to click Thunder and Rain against the Grass type. He goes for Ice Beam. What? The style! Oh, now don't you look silly now, Mr. Nurse. Clean 2-0.
Clean?
Okay.
What the fuck? Clean about that? Oh yeah, clean.
Well, it wasn't dirty, was it?
Yeah.
Well done to Orion Hands, debuting at the VGC League Cup in Rockingham.
Oh,
currently undefeated 3-0 in Swiss, taking down Yeah, that's what I said. Taking down 5-time League Challenge winner, the silly man who gatekeeps CP.
Look, I needed it for the travel water. No, that challenge was so funny. I think the only CP was like Peter got +2 CP. Because I already hit my BFL. Kieran only got 10 points, which he was already at BFL. Dan only got 10 points, he got that in BFL.
Oh my god.
And Peter got 12.
Classic. Alright, well, I will leave Slif. Hey, there we go. Amy's just dropped it in. I'm a Sigilif.
How do you do
I'm a
this?
Sigilif fan now.
Ethan will love you.
Ethan. Shout out to Ethan
Gravity.
And also, fuck James Beck. There's a bit of lore behind it. There's a little. You've listened to the podcast. You know the fuck James Beck, right?
I do.
We're not supposed to swear on this stream. We'll edit that out in post production on our live stream. Yeah. It's all right. It's only our people in chat. But I will leave you to interview Orion Hands, our victor, on his debut in Perth. Hopefully his finger's not as abrasive as Brendan Robeson's is.
I'll let you know later.
And he's definitely not half as silly as Timothy Nurse.
Oh.
Silly Timothy, am I right?
Silly
All
Tim.
right. Take it away, Claire.
Alrighty. Right. This is our first time meeting in person.
Yes,
We've got our famous Oreo,
Hello,
Orion,
hello.
now Orion Hands.
Apparently,
Very
yeah.
nice. But give me I don't know that much about you, because I've met you on Mafia, which is our game that we play in the O2 drop Discord. But give me a gist about you and Pokemon and how you got into it.
Got into Pokemon on my DS. Mum got it for my 6th birthday, Platinum or something. Since then, played every game except Sword and Shield. Bought Sword just to get a Tornadus today. Literally only reason. VGC started this season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you only just started?
Pretty much, yeah.
Really? And you just beat Tim. Tim is one of our best. And he's not quite as silly as Slif makes him out to be.
I don't know, I've heard some things.
Yeah, he says some things, he does. So this team, did you, was this you sculpted it for someone else's team, or you built it from scratch
This was
yourself?
100% my team. There's some EV sprays which no one really counts for. I'm gonna say it's max speed, jolly hands.
Guys, he's leaking his tech.
I do not care. I'm not going to Brisbane, so this is...
You're not going to Brisbane? What about Melbourne? Melbourne?
No, I'm going to a wedding then.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
We'll see.
So, like, where do you think you wanna? Because you're obviously like really good. You've just started. Like, you're gonna
Yeah.
keep doing it. Do you reckon?
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Is there much in Bunbury?
There's literally nothing in Bunbury.
Bunbury?
We drove an hour and a half up here.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It took me a good hour. Great. You having a good time? Like, you're feeling like part of the
Yeah,
community?
I'm feeling great. Yeah.
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 Do you like? I mean, if you're gonna like keep going, there's gonna be like reg eye, right? Like,
Yeah.
Do you have any like double restricted pairings that like percolating? Or?
Well, Kyogre's coming. I've been testing some Maride on
Your
Kyogre
Kyogre
stuff.
has great accuracy. I'm telling you right now. You spoke to that fish and he said nice things.
I read that very well. We were battling in the league this morning at like 4 o'clock. It was great.
But yeah, double restricted. Like, who's going with your Kyogre?
Either a Miraidon or a Zamazenta.
Nice.
Yeah, there's some stuff in the works.
Stuff in the works.
Yeah.
What about like your, I don't know, supporting Pokemons?
That's gonna be a surprise. Still looking at some stuff. There may be a Screamtail.
Oh, there may be a Screamtail.
Maybe a
I like
Screamtail.
I was looking at like a Terrapagos team that had a Screamtail.
Yeah.
And just like encoring stuff is fun.
Yeah.
Or disabling stuff is more fun.
The whole idea is to disable people's good moves and then Kyogre just sweeps.
Very nice.
Yep.
So you're a part of our Ultra Drop Discord.
Yes, I am.
How are you liking our Mafia games?
They are intense.
Right? Like, I was losing sleep over it. Like, I do
Yeah,
night
same.
shift and I'm sitting there on my phone. Like, I should be dealing with my patients. No, I'm playing Mafia. Like,
Isn't that better though?
it is better. It is better.
Yeah, no, just the lack of sleep is not worth it. There was some nights where I think the last game started at like 5 a.m. for us, and it was like me and
You
Tim
and Tim,
talking.
which are already like best fabulous friends.
And then we got in trouble. Like, what happened?
Yeah, we thought you were hella sus. Like, you are so sporadic and
Oh, I
you
am.
stress me out. I've probably thrown a few votes on you. I do apologize.
I've thrown my phone at the wall once. That's why it's broken.
But look, I trust you more than Amy. Sorry, Amy, but you gave me a false pinky promise where your pinky promise was like true and wholesome.
Hey, I've been town member every game so far. It's going to change eventually.
Alice, the next game's be like, nah, stop it. Chaotic Mafia, let's go.
Look, I did say that would fit me. Because I'll be the Mafia sacrifice.
How did you find out about the podcast?
How did I find out? I think it just came up on YouTube one day.
Oh, nice. And you're like, I'm going to subscribe.
Yeah.
And then you met everyone at, like, you were at the last regionals in December?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, nice. How'd you go on that?
Oh, horrible. 2-5.
Who did you take for that, team-wise?
What was that, sorry?
Who did you take for that with your team?
I took the Ashton Cox Kamolo team. So it was like Kamolo, Rillaboom, Solo Dozo, Electabuzz.
Dozo? Ooh.
Hey.
Dozo?
It won me a game in the cup the next day.
Very nice.
Yep. Yeah, what else? I don't even remember what else I bought.
We're obviously very good. And you've come up here, like, do you have there are like a couple Bunbury players? Or?
There's me and Jalen. Besides that, it's just us two.
You too?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can, like, get it going a bit in Bunbury.
No comment on that.
Comment?
No comment.
Oh, damn, sorry, Bunbury.
Yes, but Bunbury just doesn't exist.
Well, look, we love you here in Perth. And that everyone here is so strong.
Yeah.
Have you played against many of the people here?
I mean, I lost to the junior, the round one. They're on my next two. That's a story.
That's a story, a very good story. Yeah, well, congrats on your win. I'll
Thank
let
you.
go, reset for your next game. Best luck to your Origin pulses hitting. And
Yeah, more the water spouts critting.
exactly. Yeah, very nice.
Right, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Chris. Alright, everyone, we're just going to have a little break and we'll be back for the next game.
Alright, your last and final round of Swiss. Table 1, Dan and Matt. Table 2, Mark and Orion.
Fuck him up, Matt.
Table 3, Kieran and Tim. Table 4.
What?
There's no other three. Table 4, Peter and Jordan. Table 5, Brendan and Alfie. Table 6, Jared and Jalen. Table 7, Declan and Sebi.
This thing is stitched on very loosely. It's fine, it's still attached. The stitching on the top part of the mask to her little arm.
Not the mask friend.
Don't say the mask from you.
Top 4 tables.
Congratulations, you found some of the worst words I've heard today.
I'm excited. This is the fourth game.
I mean, I'm glad you specified your if I was playing, let me tell you what, there's an animation that lets me see the 4 minutes when I stand, I'm calling judge right away.
Have you been able to send my little
I have yet. I'm waiting for the opportunity. You came up, and I want to do that like bees. Did you know? I did do like the neutralizing gas later.
Oh, okay.
The good thing is, if I lose this, I get marked.
Is this your extension cord?
Rockingham, that's like it's very cool. There's also a grown and now
I can see the shirt sparkling. Question in the chat, it is me, everyone. Just waiting for our next game to come through. Do you have anything lucky when you play Pokemon? Like a lucky shirt, lucky socks? Let me know if it helps. For someone who doesn't really win many games. Sammy! Hello, hello. Yes, I don't even know who Switch that is. Is that Tim? Tim, do you have
I would probably Tim.
Where's my Switch?
Oh, hello, Debbie. How are you? Sorry? Oh, I would not say no.
Feel free to check in on Campfire.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. I think it's just me here, yeah.
I'll just put that one in the Switch.
Yep.
So that we'll finish locking in first.
Yeah, we haven't started it. Go to the bottom. Go to the bottom table.
Refresh.
Which one would you like? All right, I think we're back. Welcome back, Orichalcum fans, to the last round.
Is that what we are now? In the
Apparently.
sunny state of Perth?
Yes,
WA?
exactly.
City of Perth?
There you go. Yep. All of those things you just said and more. Way out west where the rain don't fall, etc., etc. We are here for the last round of Swiss, of the VGC League Cup in Rockingham for March, streaming from Perth to Earth. I can't, Claire. I need you to get an intro going and
Okay, sure.
cover this one for me,
Sure.
please. All right, preset, go.
Rockingham Cup March, Perth to Earth, Slif and Claire, Sun. We like Sun.
We like Sun.
Orichalcum, woohoo!
Yes, you are nailing this. There is no way that TPCI and ESL don't accept the two of us as a casting
They don't
pair
even have to
for
pay
a
us.
Perth
I do it
regional
for
stream.
free. I am doing it for free.
I wasn't even allowed to participate in the door prize. But what did you choose? Which one did you
I
get?
chose the Smeagol to because everyone at home, I got the Smeagol plush in the door prize, and yeah, Chris wanted it. He ain't getting it.
And you know what? I'm not allowed to be in the door prize because I have to pay for entry for a tournament I'm not even participating in, but I really want the hat. It's an Ogerpon Wellspring hat from EUIC, courtesy of Brendan Robeson, who was in EUIC, brought a bunch of merch back from the training kit and has given them to the store to be used as door prizes every round for our participants today. Thank you very, very much to Brendan Robeson.
Yeah,
Shout
Ropes
out.
is great. He sets up the stream. He brings door prizes. He's like the actual MVP.
And of course, Robert Chen, our local judge for this afternoon, he often brings in, he said hello, he often brings in various plushies and other things for door prizes, such as a lot of Ogerpon plushies he picked up from Worlds last year, and I actually won one of those. I won my Cornerstone plushie.
Don't you need a half flame one now?
I need all of them, and there is a half flame one up there, unless it's already been taken.
Mark took it.
Mark took it. Okay, I'm gonna have to hustle him for later. But before we hustle Mark for the door prize, we should discuss this final round. We have local player Sebi, very well known for running a nice little combination of the meta familiars and then a little bit of the Sebi spice. We love a bit of spice in Perth, and the spice today is going to be the Eternatus with a Tinkerton. Don't sleep on Tinkerton. We love it here in Perth. Mold Breaker Fake Out is fantastic with all these Farigiraf running around. You've usually got Feint as well. I believe Sebi's running Fake Out and Feint this time around.
Oh, it would break the wide guards for Eternatus for Sludge
It does. It does. It breaks the wide guards. It breaks those protects. All the other various guards that go on. But more importantly, Sebi's opponents, I believe a newcomer, or at the very least the first time I've seen him, Declan, a junior player, running a very interesting team, a Sun-style team with the Groudon Fluttermane combination, but a Tornadus and Gothitelle. And we've also got the Wellspring Ogerpon going to be playing in that Sun. Potential Pokemon to bring out into these rain matchups. Urshifu Rapid Strike does not like having Surging Strikes redirected. This is a very, very interesting, and of course, the greatest one of all,
Ditto.
we have a Focus Sash Ditto.
Which
and
means we could see something squared or
we could see something squared or cubed or tesseracted.
Yes.
Even, potentially. And it's Terra Grass as well, because we don't like Spore, we don't like our restricted being Rage Powdered, so we go Terra Grass. I like it a lot. But as we go into this turn 1, we see a restricted on the field immediately. Sebi with that big Eternatus. You really can't sleep on this thing. It's deceptively fast and very, very, very bulky.
I know Chris had a lot of success with it.
Chris has done pretty well with it in the past, yes. So we're going to see a Protect coming out from the Ogerpon. Oh, the Moonblast going to do less than half, but the critical hit, very unfortunate. Shenron, love the Dragon Ball Z reference, by the way. Going to click that Meteor Beam Power Herb, unfortunately hitting into the Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon, but Tinkerton with the Gigaton Hammer, the Big Bonk, and Fluttermane is gone. Big bonk, big hammer. We are very, very big fans of Tinkerton in Perth. I think
Ethan number 1 fan?
I don't know if he's number 1 fan, but he's up there. He did win a challenge with Tinkerton. I know Mark has run it a few times. I've run it myself in the past. A very underrated Pokemon because its stat line doesn't look too great. It's got an amazing typing. It's got a very, very good support move pool. And it's got a big hammer.
Who doesn't like a big hammer?
Who doesn't like knocking a Corviknight out of the sky and recomposing its body into a weapon?
Great Pokedex lore.
That is absolutely. I don't know if you knew that.
I did know that because I read the Dex entry. No, I was on a podcast episode actually.
I love it that Tinkerton is a 1 foot tall fairy that I could punt like a soccer ball, but it has the power to take down a 6 foot tall metal bird. And it's a fairy type. It shouldn't be able to do that.
But it has a hammer.
The hammer is the Corviknight. Anyway, getting in, there's a little bit of lore for you. Getting into this turn 2 here, we see Groudon coming out from Declan. Ogerpon is going to click Follow Me. Sludge Wave after that +1 boost coming out from this Eternatus. Of course, not going to affect the Steel type Tinkerton or Metal type or Orichalcum type, if you will. Doing a reasonable chunk of damage to this Groudon, but Precipice Blades is going to double connect, taking out that low health Eternatus and OHKOing the Tinkerton as well. Don't sleep on Groudon. Groudon is one of the absolute kings of VGC, has been for a very, very long time. This is the only restricted format we haven't really seen Groudon have a lot of success in. It doesn't have access to its primal form. It's not the greatest user of terrestrialization, but its stat line is amazing. Its move pool is fantastic. Being a ground type in Sun is very, very nice.
How has Kyogre sort of held up better? Like, what is the differences between the two?
I guess it's just because Kyogre takes advantage of its own rain, and Grout with things like Origin Pulse and Water Spout. Groudon doesn't get to take advantage of its Sun as easily. It's got to run something like a Heat Crush or a Fire Punch, which aren't stab moves. Fire Punch, not a very high base power. Heat Crush, being weight based, doesn't do much to heavier Pokemon. A lot of the Pokemon in this format are quite heavy as well. And not being a spread move. Precipice Blades being its only spread move it gets access to. It's one of the absolute kings, but it's suffered a little bit from power creep in recent times. Sebi, though, with some more Perth nickname lore, we have Goku and Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan who, for 3 movies, was a non-canon garbage character until he was finally turned into canon and was actually... and was no longer just a brain-dead screamer and actually had depth to his character. We love the legendary Super Saiyan Broly and everybody's favorite hero, Goku. So, we're going to see Broly clicking fake out. You know what? Broly would fake you out. You don't know much about
Google
Broly.
who this Broly is.
Broly would absolutely fake you out. Fake going into the Groudon, preventing it from moving. Surging Strikes in the Sun, not going to do enough damage. It's super effective, but the Sun reducing the Surging Strikes and Groudon being very, very physically bulky as well. And Ditto clicking close combat. We'd love to see it. We'd love to see...
Shifu wet squared.
Ditto Shifu.
Ditto Shifu.
Yeah, that was really bad. That was really bad. Usually you want to be copying the restricted with your Ditto, but in this case, I don't feel like Eternatus is helping Declan's team as much out as it's not really designed around having this Eternatus, but the Urshifu, probably the strongest Pokemon in the format, despite not being a restricted Pokemon, a very, very good copy. Grassy Glide going into the Ditto Shifu there, going to survive with that Focus Sash. Surging Strikes taking out the Groudon. Sebi's Urshifu, it does have the Choice Scarf as well. It's locked into Surging Strikes, but it will be faster than Declan's, finishing off that Groudon, and now going to go down to Declan's Ditto. My favourite Urshifu form is the Ditto, in fact.
The real one.
Yeah.
That's why it's so interesting that it's Terra Grass. Because when you want it to be like Terra Ghost, to like stop fake out, to stop breaking the sash?
I guess it really comes down to what you kind of want mechanically on the team. I think Grass is a fine Terra. Grass is a reasonable defensive Terra right now with a lot of Rillaboom running around. It gives you that immunity to Spore and Rage Powder. You don't really want to have your Ditto, which is a very committal Pokemon to have on your team, be redirected by something like an Amoonguss or a Sinistra, and then it's going to take damage from Rocky Helmet, probably end up knocking itself out. Grass is a very, very fine Terra in my opinion. We're used to seeing Ghost or Normal, but Grass a very common defensive Terra type. Sebi will take out this game 1. That was a very, very close game. The crit from the Flutter Mane in that turn 1, I guess it didn't end up mattering too much because the Precipice Blades from Groudon did connect on the following turn. We didn't really get to see Eternatus do a lot of work. Sebi does win the game. We didn't see much of the Eternatus. It clicked Sludge Wave and it went down. But that's really all it has to do. Very, very bulky, deceptively fast. +1 from Meteor Beam. It's going to be taking something with it, and it certainly did its job.
In chat, what is the chance of poisoning from a Sludge Wave? Like what, 10%?
30%, I think.
30?
It might be 30. Sebi also metagaming music for our spectators. Neither player here wearing headphones, not going to be able to hear the music, but anybody in chat, all 3 of you who are very, very silent right now, I assume not typing because you're vibing to the music that Sebi has selected for us. Unfortunately, we can't hear it here at the desk either. But I tell you what, both these 2 players looking a lot less silly than Tim did in the last game.
Look, Tim's going to come back for Top Cut with a vengeance, with a vengeance.
Or so he hopes. Hopefully, if he does make it into Top Cut, he doesn't lose 2 of his Pokemon again and can play a full Top Cut with a full team of 6. You know, that's making all of us look pretty silly now that we allowed that to happen. You know what? He already did get his revenge. This is my retaliation against his revenge. Because I think Tim he's already succeeded in proving that I don't know how to formulate a sentence.
That's fine. We're working through it.
I need some more of your big words, Claire. I need that healthy vocabulary.
I'll try my best.
Alright, same leads coming out here from Sebi, the Eternatus and the Tinkaton. If it ain't broke, something.
Don't fix it.
Fluttermane and Tornadus on the opposing side. Fluttermane getting that speed boost. What does our Tornadus have access to here? Ooh, very interesting move pool.
Smackdown.
Smackdown is a very interesting move here, and we've also got Scary Face as well. Yeah, Smackdown grounding flyers, so Precipice Blades can hit them. Very, very interesting tech there. just not a terrible move in general. Clicking that Tailwind, Fluttermane probably going first anyway, but we'll prepare for this backline. Moonblast we see now doing less than 50% without that crit hit. Probably a roll in that last game as well. But Eternatus going to power itself up. Not really much that can stop clicking this Meteor Beam here. And it's going to go straight into the Tornadus. It does connect and will very much be a knockout. I'd have to assume we're going to see a bonk coming very, very shortly. There it is. Big hammer, gigaton bonk, whack, and unfortunately that is going to be the knockout. Unfortunately for the Tinkaton. Fortunately for the Tinkaton. I like that it's a shiny as well, and I like that shiny Tinkaton. Its color doesn't change, but the hammer
changes.
the hammer becomes colored, right?
What's the color of a shiny Corviknight?
Well, shiny Corviknight's like a deep silver, like a gunmetal grey kind of color. For some reason, a Corviknight's corpse becomes rusted, which is really, really cool for the aesthetic. But it makes you wonder, if Tinkaton doesn't have a hammer, how do you tell if it's shiny?
Maybe its shiny is dependent on the Corviknight that it kills.
Apparently.
It can never be shiny without killing. Maybe that's why it kills to become shiny.
Tinkaton is shiny locked, and it takes out shiny Corviknights.
You revenge. There you go.
And yeah, it...
To BCI, if you haven't already got on it, get on it.
I really like that its hammer becomes rusted as well, because the Corviknight is deceased. And so the metal becomes oxidized, which it probably should if it's living metal. You know what?
Steel is an alloy.
And that makes
it can rust unless it's stainless.
And that annoys me even more. Why is it called the steel type? Why is it an alloy? Steel isn't naturally occurring in the wild because they're Pokemon. Obviously, a terrible translation error made by Game Freak, but that's not important right now. Ditto coming in, copying the Eternatus, winning the Speeds tie, about to beam some meteors. I hope Elon Musk is able to do that in 7 years when the asteroid comes back, or he hitches a ride on it and gets off this planet.
We'll scroll back to this live stream.
We will. Wait, no, it wasn't a speed tie. Sorry, Tailwind was up. My apologies on Declan's side, and the Life Orb Groudon connecting that double precipice blades there. Declan now looking to be in quite a fine position. It's 2 versus 2 right now. Ditto is on the field. This Eternatus is charging up its Meteor Beam, going to connect a hit next turn. Neither of Sebi's Pokemon have Protect here. I have been corrected. I am mistaken. The Assault Vest is on the Tinkaton. I'm so used to the Assault Vest Rillaboom typically. My apologies. This is a Rocky Helmet Rillaboom that does have access to Protect. But the Scarf Urshifu is going to have to lock in a move here. Surging Strikes won't be very effective in the sun. And will be resisted. In fact, all of Urshifu's moves are going to be resisted by this Ditto Eternatus. Rillaboom not going to be able to do much damage to it either. Only having access to these grass moves. No Fake Out coming out, so the Meteor Beam will complete its charge, landing into the Urshifu doing over 50%. And there's that tech move we were talking about on Groudon, the Fire Punch. I don't know if the critical hit mattered all that much, but a Rocky Helmet chip and Life Orb chip, Groudon's going to take a little bit of damage. Surging Strike's coming out. We saw last game, Groudon's just so physically bulky, and Sun turning this into effectively a neutral hit. It looks like we're going to be going... Oh, 3 crits though. Crit nearly mattered. It looks like we're going to be going to a game 3 here. We are in for a banger for this last Swiss round. Last turn of Tailwind, and Sebi not able to protect here. The Sludge Wave just going to come out, remove the Groudon and the Urshifu. Declan says, if you can't remove my Groudon, I'll do it myself in style, bringing us to a game 3. Excellent, good stuff.
Great stuff.
I see we have a couple of people in watching the stream. I don't know if my chat is just not loading or if nobody's talking. Let me refresh the stream just in case I'm having issues here. I hope I haven't been missing out on chat. Amy saying she sees lots of people with their lucky Poke plushies at their tables. I don't see Amy in the store. I'm assuming some photos have been taken, or you're just...
I don't see any plushies.
maybe-
Unless the one I won, which I'm not giving to my brother.
Maybe there's maybe she's tapped into the cameras in the store. Apologies, our chat was a little bit buggy. Hope you're still with us and enjoying. Also, stay tuned, anybody who's currently in the chat. This is the last round of Swiss, but before Top Cut, we do have a special event for you guys. I won't spoil what it is just yet, but you're going to want to stay tuned for that one indeed. In fact, I'm going to get my friends to join and watch. Alright, here we go. Brief moment of silence while we allow our players to lock in their teams without any distractions at all. So, Sebi staying with the tried and true Tinkerton Eternatus lead. Declan going to lead this time with the Groudon right out the gate, sitting next to that Tornadus. I love it when you see good players do this. Declan wins game 2, and he decides instead to make a switch up regardless. Perhaps reading that Sebi would do something different, perhaps has a different strategy in mind for this game. But he looks awfully confident as he reveals his lead and locks in his Pokemon. Going to just open with the Protect on that Groudon, probably hoping not to get hit by that Fake Out. Does get the Protect correct, no Feint coming out from the Tinkerton. Declan hadn't protected the first 2 games in front of the Tinkerton, perhaps making the reads to click Protect here, anticipating no Feint coming out. That is one of those 50-50 reads turns you really do have to try to make and get right. And safely getting up that Tailwind, and we know now that this Groudon is going to be moving first on this turn. It might all come down to whether or not it's got its glasses on. Perhaps it needs to glare through that Life Orb to magnify its vision to connect these Precipice Blades. Also, I really do like seeing Life Orb. We've mostly seen Clear Amulet, occasional Assault Vest, but largely Clear Amulet on Groudon to deny that Intimidate. Life Orb just pushing its damage over when there's no Intimidate coming out. So many Pokemon are just living the Heat Crash, just living the Precipice Blades. As long as this thing connects, that Life Orb damage, we've seen what it's doing. This Groudon is putting in a lot of work. Claire silently agreeing.
I did nod. I nodded.
There was a nod. Alright, Terrestrialization coming out on this turn 2 is going to be Sebi's Eternatus, presumably not wanting to go down to this Precipice Blades, going for this defensive terror here. Not wanting to gamble on the miss. Bleakwind Storm doesn't miss though, double connect outside of range. Sun not affecting the Bleakwind Storm accuracy. Precipice Blades does double connect though. Slight live on the Eternatus. Rillaboom also going to survive both of those hits. Sebi's position looking a little bit better now, getting that Meteor Beam off. We have to hope for the connect, 90% accuracy, and we haven't seen any misses this game. This is what we like to see, good clean Pokemon. Meteor Beam connecting into the Tornadus, it will go down. But Sebi does have to contest with these Tailwind turns still being active, this very, very fast Groudon, which apparently has put in its contact lenses today because it has not missed a shot. Fluttermane coming in the back, getting that Photosynthesis boost for its speed. Not going to matter here when Tailwind is already active anyway.
Ditto's so hard to play. Like, positioning is absolutely paramount. And again, like your whole team plan will change for every restricted you face.
Yep.
So it's just, I think it takes like a lot of skill. So kudos to Declan.
Sometimes a Pokemon just gets knocked out, and Ditto has to come into the slot and copy something you don't want. So
You gotta
it
play
is
around
a
that,
high risk,
yeah.
high reward Pokemon. Requires a pretty large gaming IQ, and personally, my brain isn't big enough.
Neither's
to
mine.
run
I've
that.
tried it. Mine is not big enough.
Alright. Groudon just going to protect itself here. Fluttermane Moonblast going into the protect on the Eternos. We're just going to have a neutral turn here. Another turn of Tailwind ticks down. A little bit of grassy terrain recovery for everybody, except the full health Fluttermane, I suppose. But it could have benefited from that in theory.
There's only one turn of Tailwind left.
Last
from
last
Declan's
turn of
side.
Tailwind left. The Fluttermane is going to be the fastest thing on the field with the speed boost at the end of it, though. Not having access to the Icy Wind. We often see Icy Wind as that speed control option. Not on the Fluttermane this time. Very interesting moveset here. We have Terra
Went
Dark.
for the double protect.
Ooh, Grassy Glide's doing less than 50% to this Groudon. Moonblast's gonna pick up the Eternatus. Declan very confidently not willing to drop that Terastallization just yet for that Grassy Glide. But yes, going back to Declan's Fluttermane, Terra Dark, Sunny Day, Moonblast, Shadow Ball, Perish Song, no protect. We have a semi-perish trap mode. No protect, no icy wind. Very different to the Fluttermanes we're used to seeing, but it's clearly getting the job done and has been throughout the day so far. Declan playing very, very well right now. 5-punch picking up that Rillaboom. Tailwind will end, however, as out comes our hero himself, Goku, once again having to attempt to save the Earth.
I mean, how long Sun has left? It's like 2 turns?
Sun would have one more turn left, I think, because Groudon led, Tailwind just went down, so there should be one more turn of Sun, I think. Unfortunately, Sevi's going to have to play through this turn of Sun because the Urshifu cannot protect here. So if a water move does get locked in, we know that it will be stronger on subsequent turns. Fluttermane going to open though with that boost to speed. The Moonblast enough to Oko Goku the Urshifu. And Groudon being faster than the Tinkaton here. I think it's naturally faster.
Oh, wow.
And
That was a very strong
Fire Punch Oko in the sun, super effective. Declan not wanting to risk it all on the Precipice Blades.
Very offensive play from Declan and it did pay off, but Sebi played so well.
Very, very clean game from both players. I really enjoy Sebi's team. I've played against it. I've played against quite a few of Sebi's teams. She likes to run unorthodox things, but unorthodox things can certainly work.
He won on stream.
That was a fantastic set. Congratulations to our junior player, Declan. I don't know if he's been around before, but I will go and have a quick chat and see if he's okay to be interviewed. I'll of course speak to his father as well. And if that's okay, we may get an interview with Declan. You can figure out how long he's been playing, if he's been around for a while.
Yeah, easy.
I'll leave you with that. I'll return the judge sheets to our local judge, Robert. And don't forget that after this interview, stay tuned, chat. We have something very special planned for everybody involved.
Goodness gracious.
I'll be right back. Thanks, Robert.
That was awesome. I thought Humble took this in such an awesome way with the Eternatus and Groudon next to each other on the same side. That was an awesome set, Declan. Well played.
How have you gone for the rest of today?
I've lost every set that I've played. Every set's been fun though, but I made a change that made my Kyogre matchup a lot worse than my first 2 Kyogres.
What was the change?
Well, it doesn't sound like much, but this Incineroar used to be a King Gambit, so its role is to be a dark type and do dark things, but having priority sucker punch resisted by Swords Dance meant I could just delete Kyogres when they were in the
Hi everyone, so I've got Declan here. Just tell me a little bit, firstly, like how you got into Pokemon.
I first got into it from the anime.
Yeah?
I watched it when I was like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And I liked it. And then I got my first Pokemon game.
And you're obviously very good.
My first one was Pokemon Emerald.
Really? Great choice, that's my personal favourite. What's your favourite Pokemon from Emerald?
Swampert.
Swampert, great choice. Mudkip,
Yeah.
Superior starter, 100%. I just want to talk about your team that you just played with against Miss Sebi. Like, you built this yourself, right? How did you go about doing that? Like, your process?
I built quite a few teams before. And at first I was using Kyogre.
What made you switch to Groudon?
So I wanted to use some, like... So I wanted to use Ditto, Fluttermane, and Gothitelle. I knew. And I wanted something that could boost Fluttermane without needing to use its booster energy.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get my hands on a Koraidon, so I just went Groudon.
It's obviously working for you.
Yeah.
So it's like, how did you like learn, like with VGC, like how to play as well as you do?
About halfway last year, halfway through last year, I found out about double battles.
Yeah.
And I played through a few with my friend. And I had fun. And then first made my first team, and I went to an event like this.
Yeah.
And I had lots of fun there.
It's great, you're doing so well. Like, are you gonna like keep coming to local events? Do you like, you're in juniors? Do you have any like friends that play with you?
Not particularly.
You're gonna make heaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all great. I mean, you're playing so well. Do you think you're gonna like keep playing Pokemon for the next few years?
Yes.
Yeah. All the way up to Masters?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Oh, you definitely will. I mean, when you get older, you can travel for it too. You go to Brisbane, you go to Melbourne. Do you like? Is your family like? That's your dad over there? Just, like really supportive about your Pokemon?
Yes.
Playing? Oh, great. Nice. Okay, well, I'll let you get ready for. How did you go today? Did you go like? What was your score today?
I won 2 on last year.
Great. Well, hopefully we'll see you in Top Cup, but if not, we'll definitely see you more on stream. You know, playing with us. But yeah, it's so lovely to have you here. You're playing so well. Congrats on building an amazing team.
Thanks.
And yeah, it's great. Like keep playing Groudon. Amazing. All right, it's lovely to chat with you.
Good job. What an honour to lose to such a young man on the screen.
Hey, I lost my brother on stream.
Yeah, but he's like a seasoned, fully grown adult. Shit. It's funny though, because as soon as I matched up with him and I saw Groudon, I was like, Groudon needs a turn. I'm scared. And I didn't think about it in game 2. I shouldn't have tried to KO both things in front of me, because it meant he could put Ditto wherever he wanted. So he actually got to copy my alternatives in game 2. And I was just like, oh no. And then I didn't know how to readjust, and he readjusted perfectly, and I'm like, oh my god, I can see it all happening, I'm losing in 3 turns. I lost in 3 turns. Yeah. And the week before when he entered, his team was even more wild. It was like Kyogre, and then like Jolteon with Thunder, and then if he didn't have the rain up, he had like an accuracy item, so he had his backup strats, if he didn't bring all 4 months. Like he's thinking about pairs, like you can tell he's actively thinking about things. And it's just sick. I love losing to him. Like I beat him the first time, but I've lost him. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, oh man. Like, I feel like I'm so rubbish. I don't really care. I'm just here to have fun, but then like, it's like Takumi and Declan, and it's like sort of such a young age. I'm like, what?
I had a very similar thing with Takumi as well, where the first time I versed him, I had a Rhydon, and he looked at my team sheet and he's like, what's Rhydon? And I'm like, oh darling, first of all, he's older than you. Second of all, he's the first Pokemon ever conceived. And then I told him it's Rhyperia's de-evolution. He's like, why are you using Rhyperia? And I was like, I'll show you. But I want that set. And I basically haven't beaten him ever since. Maybe
What's a Rhydon? Older than you, honey.
Yeah. But yeah, our debut set, I'm on with a Rhydon, and then I've used sweaty teams ever since, and I haven't been able to beat him. So, well done.
It's like everyone who's like so good and like just watching everyone on the screen like sweat. It's like CP on the line as well, and everyone has like a good time.
And Perth is surprisingly stacked. Like, yeah, like even people like myself, like, well, like I've got to be careful how I say it because I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I don't try whenever I lose, it doesn't matter. And then when I win, oh, you suck, I'm using your shit. It's halfway there. Like I am trying and I am trying to build good teams, but I feel like if everyone at Perth just turns their stupid meter back down to 0, we are like terrified if we actually like full sweat. But I just like doing stupid shit like this. It
makes it more fun. Yeah. Like you don't see it as much, so it's good to have like, I don't know, I like seeing different restrictors, different Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like Tinkerton?
Yeah. I don't believe in Tinkerton at first, especially like...
Don't talk Tinkerton now.
Well, she knew, and then I kept giving her more and more performance-enhancing drugs, and took it away from defense and put it in offense, and she just started getting this massive shoulders. And
I'm got bigger.
Now she's ready. But it's funny though, if you don't put any damage in her, she doesn't do anything. But with max damage, she does just enough to like one-shot Maridon if it terrors with Gigaton, and if it doesn't terror, it's just enough to two-shot with Player off. And then I thought, fuck, just enough, I'm just going to put all the damage in attack because I was missing on this KO. Like max damage Gigaton's good. Very specifically in certain teams.
Yeah, I know what it is to go like, you don't win anything. What am I?
I think this might be my first tournament without a win. I usually get at least one win. It's like you have the run where you verse everyone and then you get to beat the junior. And today I didn't get to beat the junior.
Oh man.
But that's fine. I don't see it. But he played so well and made the team by himself. Like, how can you be mad at him?
You can't. And like, he's so like chill. He's obviously a little bit shy. Like, he knows what he's talking about.
And just seeing the look on his face when he realises the turn he's done is good, and like just seeing the smile on his face, like you can't be mad.
No. Yeah. It's maybe so intimidating, like the guys here. One girl, like two girls. It's just like.
And especially if you rock up and you just put your headphones and you don't acknowledge it.
Yeah. And I hope he would burst Kieran. Kieran is very like has a headphones. Like looks down. Like I'd be so petrified if I was doing that.
I'd diverse him round because I was talking all this man shit at the start of the game, like, oh, me and Kieran grand final, and then it's like round 1, 7 Kieran, and I walk up to the table, I'm like, so careful what you wish for, right? And he's like, yep.
Do you catch any games off him?
Not really. I had a lucky crit in game 1, and he's got a crit to Pagos, so it got really bulky. But my sludge wave, because it crit, hit through all those stupid boosts and left it on like red health, and I'm like, ooh, because of this bullshit, I have a chance. And then I didn't have a chance. Hey!
Oh, yay!
And then in game 2, I encored him into Calm.
While they're going to do their team checks, shall we prepare? Would you like to play on the monitor or?
I can sit in the corner.
Are you doing a stream?
Yes.
I haven't actually tried this team. I haven't tested it.
Commentate the stream?
We're going to need somebody to cast it. Is there anybody you'd like to have as a supporting caster if you could pick one? Jared would be fun. But I really don't.
No. I haven't even tried this team.
Alright, do you want to be monitor or?
Which do you prefer?
I don't care. You pick one. You just stay on monitor. Alright, just get your switch plugged into there.
Oh, I see. Wait, so you and Slif?
So it's going to be a closed team sheet best of 3.
Oh, okay. Alright. I gotta go.
But it's double blind, but it doesn't know your team.
I don't know my team.
Well, I don't know her team. Hey, double blind.
Alright, there were 5 2-2s, clean top cut. In 9, 43% resistance, 2-2, Breckin. 8, 2-2, also 43% resistance, Galen. In 7, 2-2, 50% resistance, Tim. 6, 50% resistance, 2-2, Orion. And 5th, 2-2, 62% resistance, Matt. Top 4, in 4th, 3-1, 50% resistance, Kieran.
Well, I thought it would be, but then I think.
3rd, 3-1, 50% resistance, Pete.
You want to plug in and get ready?
62% resistance, Mark.
If my friends join, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Resistance, Swiss 4-0, Dan. We also have free pricing for everybody as well. Man, here. Basically, and then you came down on the top floor and decided if we could really store credit here. Do you prefer? I don't.
Oh, look, you drink coffee and then it gets in. It's so easy. How do you not notice?
Anyone who hasn't come down to the cheese checks in top 4, come to the front.
Have you tried if you think Chelsea
Pokemon VGC players can also come to the front to get their entry pricing. 2 prize packs and a pack of Surging Sparks.
Oh, and then
They're all the same. Yeah, everyone, including top 4, come and get your prizing. Top 4 will then receive their store credit once the top 4 are decided. The order of the top 4, I should say. Yeah.
I just want to dance like each
Who didn't take their packs? Alright. Anyone didn't take their packs? VGC players, who did not get their pack? Ah, there we go. I'll take it, yeah. Let's go. Sorry, Sam.
Alright. So yeah.
Hope you could hear that.
What's up, chat? We have your subcasters here, Sebi Widdowson and Jared Clappin, here to cast nothing for 5 minutes until they kick off Top Cut because they want to get cut done instead of the exhibition match. So
Yeah, of course.
yeah. So we've been blue-balled basically. We're not casting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what we can do is talk about how I just lost to a junior on stream, which was
Oh,
fucking epic.
did you?
Did you see that?
No, I didn't. No,
Yeah, so that was a
I was
moment.
busy playing.
I had a really good lead matchup in every game.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then what he realised is if I let this idiot KO all my Pokemon, I can bring Ditto in whichever slot I want.
Yeah.
So then they brought in Ditto and Groudon, transforming into Eternatus and Groudon.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know much about the type matchups, but Groudon is a pretty favourable matchup against Eternatus with a Tailwind up. So
Yeah.
I proceeded to get my ass clapped.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
So that looks pog. Look at that, Moonlit Hill.
Now you're in my power.
Oh shit. Alright, double junk. Let's see if the next pull's any good.
We're opening our packs. Ooh, Killer Watch Trolley X. I can use that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I have with that.
Yeah. Mark will appreciate that. Hey, Mark.
Oh, gimme cool.
You want a Killer EX?
Glimit's so cute. I like it.
Yeah.
Togetic. When is Togepi coming back in the game?
Hey.
You're not defacing this one.
Fair enough. Now you're in my power.
Ooh.
There you go. Have a sparkly perilous jump to make up for it.
You. Now you're in my power.
Defending Pokemon's weakness is now. That's very funny.
Alright, Pokemon VGC players.
Trash. That's very funny.
Tables 1 and 2 are down there. Table 1, Dan and Kieran.
Alright.
Who's going on stream?
Apparently, well, one didn't. I'm gonna say it. One
All right.
just did the actual game.
All right.
The exhibition match, but
No, that's what's happening. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, good.
Yeah. We're getting on with yeah.
I'll stay here because I'm on this side.
All right, chat. You've got Dan and Kieran coming up for cut. Get excited.
Dan is undefeated currently.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I gave him the pep talk on the way up here. Dan drove me down. Told him what he needed to do.
Nice.
Absolutely fuck all. I was probably talking about road rage election moments.
Yep.
Which I won't repeat on the stream.
Yep.
They happened. If you follow my Twitter, you'll know what happened. And I'm not going to advertise it because PG.
What's your Twitter setting?
I'm not going to advertise it because PG.
No, just for me.
For you?
For my benefit. Oh my god.
I couldn't even tell you my handle actually. I legit have to look it up. I didn't even realize.
Something to do with cream.
Yeah, something cream puff or
Here you go.
something like sort.
Have a grout on.
Thanks. Just to rub salt into the wounds.
Yeah.
There you go.
to commemorate getting absolutely fucked.
And it's stamped. A stamped approval of you getting
Yes.
fucked.
Stamped just like it did to your butthole.
How do you do that, Dan?
You go up, and then you choose it.
Yeah, but how did you unlock? Where do you unlock more shit?
That's microtransactions.
I forgot actually.
Bloody microtransactions.
I've got the star, but maybe I have these and I just don't know. Star, love you, star.
Yeah.
So now that we're commentary, do we get a free drink or what?
I reckon. Yeah. I mean, I've already had my free drink paid for by
Number one.
me 3 months ago out of winning store credit. So
Use your judge sheet for the purpose of the stream.
I'm going to guess that this needs to be closer and like that.
well, they'll be sitting here and leaning into it. So alright, we've warmed them up. We've warmed them up for you.
Y'all can't see, but I just saw a nice elephant.
Specifically took
Well, I've warmed it up for you. I was saying we've warmed up the audience for you, but
I tried to do a wink, but like
Thank you for keeping the audience and our seats warm. Good sirs.
you got it.
Do you want it back?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Giving you back over to the pros.
Good Dan against him. He's so good. He's so unusually good.
I love how everything was kind of beating me, just learn more and then just beat me.
You've got like AI learning.
All right. Welcome back, chat. Stream coming at you from Perth to Earth, etc., etc. Or we like metal, we like orichalcum, we like alloys, we like steel types, we like shiny corvinite corpses being reconstituted as weapons. And we like top cut. Today for our top 4 match, we will be featuring Holy Dooly, it's Dan Baguli back for more. Currently undefeated in Swiss, playing up against local hero Kieran Singh, friend of the show. Our other top 4 match will be featuring Peter Vowles and Mark Murray. Interestingly, all 4 of the players in this top 4 have top cut at least one regional. All of top cut Perth, in fact, and Kieran has one Melbourne regional. But we're getting underway immediately. Here's a sheet for you, Claire, and I'll hold on to one. We have Kieran running Terrapagos, very familiar. He's been running Terrapagos quite a bit in our past locals, won a cup and a challenge or two. Although this is, pardon me, this is a slightly different team to what we're used to seeing him run, using the heat tram, which has become quite popular on these Terrapagos teams, and the ever annoying Scream Tail. And on Dan's side, this is a familiar team that Dan has also won a challenge with, and I think got at least second at one cup, using the Calyrex Ice Rider with the classic Smiggle. We did see this on stream in round 1, of course, and we're going to see it again. But as we get underway, Kieran going to adjust his lead here, switching in the Rillaboom, turning off the Psychic Terrain from Dan's Indeedee lead. Dan immediately leading with his Urshifu single strike, which is choice banded, going to do big damage to whatever it connects with. Kieran immediately going for the terrestrialization here, so he has flipped the terrain and then just turned it off completely. A little bit of a terrain flex. I control the game, not you. Terrapagos opening the game, immediately clicking Terra Starstorm on this turn 1. Very aggressive turn 1, doing a little bit under 50% to both of games turn 1. Choice band close combat only doing about 50% to that very bulky Rillaboom.
I don't know too much about the history between these two. I feel like they're both incredibly talented players.
They certainly are. I think they're about maybe roughly even. Kieran might have a positive record here, but these are both players who have won many local events. Kieran, of course, won the Melbourne Regionals in 2024. Was it 20? No, it's 24, my fault. No. Now I'm confused. I was there. I was literally there. It would have been 24 because 23 was OCIC. So yes, 24. And Dan Baguli with has top cut Perth Regionals back in 2016, getting top 4 and losing to Alistair, who inevitably won that regional. Trick Boom goes up. Indeedee Psychic being very little damage with no terrain. It is very bulky. Terrapagos just clicking Terra Starstorm again. Not doing a lot of damage to old mate Daryl, our local favourite, but U-turn will bring it down to under half.
I swear with Terra Starstorm, you only have 8 turns. So there's no calm like this. But I suppose it's a good chip.
Any chip is good chip. A spread move that can't be resisted, and Dan not having access to any wide guard or any way to stop it. It's a very offensive play. It doesn't look like it as not doing a lot of damage, but correct. Any chip is good chip. Kieran rotating his pivots out here as well. Rillaboom and Incineroar, both being able to pivot, reposition themselves, both being able to pressure with Fake Out. Incineroar threatening this Calyrex with potential Will-O-Wisp as well. This is typically how these Terrapagos teams will play under Trick Room, trying to pivot, moving out of their weaknesses and buying their way through these turns. Dan going to buy his way for one of his own turns with a Protect, but probably had to happen in front of the Incineroar clicking Fake Out. Kieran though going to click Substitute with this Terrapagos, making it that much harder to remove now, and that Leftovers recovery slowly giving it a little bit more HP.
It's interesting now that Dan will join in DD, whether or not Kieran will switch Rillaboom back in or just hold it.
You would have to assume we're going to see some pivots here. Dan's going to click Glacial Lance, trying to break that Terrapagos Substitute. It's not going to do a lot of damage to the Incineroar. Substitute does go down, however. Incineroar, though, moving before what we'd have to assume is probably a minimum speed Urshifu, but still naturally too fast. Will-O-Wisp connecting may be enough to allow the Terrapagos to hit the close combat. It goes into the Incineroar instead, however. And not enough to pick up the knockout. Rocky Helmet chip as well. More should be in range of this Terra Starstorm coming out now, and it is just enough. The Rocky Helmet Incineroar, we often see safety goggles on the Incineroar. The Rocky Helmet chip may have been just enough to push it over the edge there and make sure that Terra Starstorm wasn't a roll. Incineroar not having gone down though, and another turn of Trick Room has been ticked away. Dan looking like he's in a little bit of a precarious spot here. Bringing out Smeagol, and interestingly having Smeagol, that support Pokemon, in the back, we usually expect to see it leading. It does threaten with the Spore, it also has access to that Decorate, which we know about. There is a potential for Fake Out as well. Dan's Pokemon looking pretty low. This Smeagol will at least take 2 hits to go down with its Focus Sash, but this Calyrex looking like it's only got 1 more in it, and you don't really want to Terrestrialize in front of the Terrapagos, because then that Starstorm becomes super effective all of a sudden.
So I think it's fine to be Spore. Just because you know there's Rillaboom in the back, that would be a good call by Kieran.
Dan going to make an immediate switch here, wants to give himself that Psychic Terrain, preserving his Smeagol, perhaps making a read on what Kieran is going to do in this turn. Kieran though not falling for it, no Protect coming out from this Terrapagos. He's just going to let the Incineroar go down, takes that Glacial Lance. Calyrex will get the +1 attack boost now, chilling Nay. But the Terrapagos unfazed by the Fruit of Protect. Kieran just going in with both those ones here. Terra Starstorm is enough to pick up the knockout on old mate Daryl. Don't know if the crit mattered based on previous interactions. Perhaps a roll. Indeed, he just hanging on. But Dan now, Trick Room has ended. Psychic Terrain is up, but Dan left with just his 2 support Pokemon left, and Rillaboom is going to come in to reset his Psychic Terrain, giving it access to be able to click this Fake Out. Because indeed he has no way to protect itself, and this Smeagol has no way to deal any damage outside of clicking Fake Out 1 time. And yeah, Dan's going to go ahead and concede. Very, very quick game 1. Kieran playing a more balanced oriented team. These teams with these pivot cores, the Incineroar, the Rillaboom. We've given up the Urshifu slot here to go for a Cornerstone Ogerpon and a Screamtail just for a little bit more support.
When will we see the Heat Train that way?
I'm not sure if we will see the Heat Train coming in here with a Calyrex. It does quad resist the Glacial Lance, but takes a pretty big chunk of damage from that high horsepower. Kind of has to Terra to survive when you really want the Terrapagos to Terra on these sorts of teams. I don't imagine we'll see it, but these are 2 very experienced players who are quite well known for making the big reads and the heavy adjustments when necessary. So I can't pick what will come out. The Blood Moon also threatens the Heatran. The Ogerpon Half Flame on Dan's side, having access to Mold Breaker, ignoring Flash Fire, being able to hit Heatran with one of those big Ivy Cudgels as well. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on the Heatran, and I think you really want to commit to the Terrapagos. And Incineroar, Rillaboom, they're staples of the format and staples of these Terrapagos teams, just repositioning, getting Terrapagos into a prime position, allowing it to set up Calm Mind or Substitute with these fake out turns. Grassy terrain on top of Leftovers recovery can replenish Terrapagos very, very quickly. These balance-oriented teams are quite difficult to break. I should open up the chat in case anybody is in there. I hope people can hear us all right. Of course, this is a top 4 match, so we're trying to be a little bit quieter so as to not distract the players. Alright. Multi-boy shouting out, let's go Kieran. Hello Sophia, I don't know if you're still here. I'm sorry that I missed you earlier, but welcome to the chat briefly. Lewis showing his support. Lewis and Kieran, of course, good friends. I believe Kieran stayed at Lewis's place when he went to Melbourne last. They test together. I think they might even team build together. And Lewis Tan is an honorary Westerner. We like Lewis Tan. We like Kieran, we like Declan, we like everybody. We like everybody except for Sylvie. I couldn't help myself. Alright, so game 2, we have the Indeedee Urshifu leading for Dan once again. Obviously has a strategy he wants to employ. Kieran once again going to terrestrialize that Terrapagos immediately. There goes the terrain, Terrapagos' silly ability. Incineroar though, intimidating the Urshifu, also just gonna fake it out, allowing his Terrapagos a pretty free turn to go for this substitute. Indeedee clicking Trick Room. This is a pretty classic strategy against these Trick Room teams. Having a bulky Pokemon, being able to click substitute. In our last restricted format, VGC 2022, there was quite a prevalent Trick Room core. And we saw a lot of teams start running substitute on their Zacian. And if Trick Room was coming out, you would just see a fake out and a substitute from the Zacian. Suddenly it becomes a lot harder to remove. Indeedee going to redirect that parting shot. Kieran just wanting to reposition here, probably not too concerned, although he would like to reduce the close combat damage a little bit more perhaps. And Rillaboom coming in, going to set up the terrain for Kieran's side now, giving that Terrapagos that nice recovery. Urshifu being slower, of course, as there's a Trick Room team, going for Wicked Blow rather than close combat, just going to break that substitute. And there's the Terra Salson. Kieran playing very, very aggressively. We're so used to these Terrapagos teams being slow, trying to set up, but Kieran just wanting to punch through these Trick Room turns, deal as much damage as he can, knowing his Terrapagos is at least going to survive a few turns. You see that double up on the recovery, the critical hit on the Urshifu there. Might be a little bit costly. I feel like that would have been about 50% without the crit, maybe a little bit more, possibly a roll. Once again, Urshifu just not having the best time. This is really what you need to be able to beat Terrapagos teams. This Urshifu being able to ignore protect, dealing that super effective damage. One of the few Pokemon in the format really consistently able to threaten Terrapagos. But Dan going to make the switch here, perhaps anticipating a fake out coming out from the Rillaboom, pulling a double switch in fact. Indeedee going out, and out comes Nightmare, the Smiggle. Terrastar Storm just going to come out here. Any kick is good kick, as we like to say. Only doing about 30-ish% to the Calyrex, but the same as we saw in the previous game. Urshifu gone off, Rillaboom rather, gone off with a U-turn, bringing Calyrex to a little bit over 50% now.
The Rillaboom and core is just such like a crippling combination.
It really is devastating.
You've got terrain, you've got Intimidate, you've got fake outs, U-turns, a parting shot.
So much damage mitigation, so much disruption. The ability to reposition Incineroar Rillaboom really been a staple of VGC since Rillaboom was introduced last generation. Once Rillaboom got access to that grassy terrain hidden ability, we have seen Rillaboom Incineroar for, 3 years now? On and off, and I feel like they're going to be a staple core for a long time. Fire and Grass also just a great type combination, excellent synergy there, resisting each other's weaknesses, hitting each other's resist for super effective damage. Incineroar just going to click the fake out. Dan this time opting not to protect his Calyrex, going instead for the Spore. Going to be a bit of a neutral turn here. But importantly, another turn of Trick Room has tipped down. We know Dan has that Urshifu in the back. We also know it's slower than his Terrapagos, though. A critical hit may come back to bite Dan. I guess that remains to be seen at this point. Cast Silence, as we're a bit close to the players and don't want to give anything away here. The Incineroar being withdrawn for Rillaboom here, just catching that Spore, but Dan very beautifully covering both options there. He would either Spore the Incineroar or catch Rillaboom with Glacial Lance. He gets the catch, and this Rillaboom actually surviving Glacial Lance, surely a very, very bulky, deliberate calc. Doesn't seem like it could be accidental. The turn 1 wake, as you mentioned, are very, very big there. Smeagol goes down, no potential to put anything to sleep. Calyrex taking another pretty big chunk of damage, and that Terrapagos just continuing to heal up. It just does not want to go down. And that is the big note here. Trick Room ending on this turn. Dan now losing speed control here. He does bring in his Indeedee, so there's no fake out available for Kieran in this instance, but there might be a bit of a read having to be made here from both players, I think. Kieran wanting to prevent this Trick Room from going up. Dan wanting to find a way through to get the Trick Room up, give himself that speed control and allow his Urshifu to come in and finish this game from the back. Oh, that Rillaboom leap was such a big deal. Kieran just having yet another pivot option and having one extra Pokemon.
I guess you can't calc everything, but calcing for Glacial Lance these days is a sure thing.
I'm definitely going to have to look that up. I don't know the spreads on either of these Pokemon. It's probably safe to assume that the Calyrex, sometimes you see these speed invested Calyrex that won't have maximum attack. This one not being speed invested, you'd assume it's probably max attack, but I'm not 100% certain either way. Terra Starstorm going to come out there. Calyrex protecting as the Trick Room goes back up. Dan with terrain control now, having a second cycle of Trick Room for this game, puts himself right back in it. But his Calyrex is dangerously low. This Terrapagos does not look like it's going down. Kieran going to make the switch to the classic pivot. Did we even see Kieran's Pokemon in the last game? I think it was just Terrapagos and the pivot core, yeah. Oh, Intimidate going to be massive on this Indeedee, dropping its physical attack.
Very helpful.
Arceus help us, of course we're having a laugh. Helping Hand, Dazzler just going to click that Glacial Lance, full health Incineroar, not going to take anything from that at all. Terrapagos just too bulky. It's not doing a lot of damage, but it's just surviving hit after hit, slowly healing over time. This Incineroar now causing problems. We know from what we saw in that last game, Incineroar not being overly speed invested, still slower than the Earth. Probably needs a lot of speeds to be faster, to be fair. But Dan wanting his Urshifu to remove this Terrapagos, both of his Pokemon are low, and the Incineroar will under Trick Room outspeed the Urshifu. Very, very precarious. Dan gonna have to think his way through this game. He decides to make a read here, big risk, even getting out the Indeedee for the Urshifu, but Kieran withdrawing the Terrapagos. bringing in the Rillaboom, which is going to reset this terrain. Both pivot mons now on the field at the same time. The grassy terrain reset means Kieran does get access to that fake out, just stalling yet another one of these Trick Room turns. Dan really wanting to position this Rillaboom, but now we're in a position where the Incineroar is going to move before it. Could hit it with a Will-O-Wisp again. Dan does have the option to bring in Indeedee to prevent a potential fake out. This is going to be a very greed-heavy turn. Kieran absolutely in the driver's seat, but this game is not over yet. You can't count out these Calyrex Ice Trick Room teams. It only needs to get one knockout to completely turn this game on its head. Alright. Dan not switching into Indeedee. Kieran deciding to just go for that Rillaboom fake out. The Rillaboom's going down here anyway. It's completely fair to just make this read and go for the sacrifice here, knowing that your Incineroar is going to move before the Urshifu as well. But the Chilling Neigh boost does come into play. Incineroar though, just going to click knock off and finish off this Calyrex. Knocks off its Clear Amulet, but it doesn't matter when your Pokemon's being knocked out. And now it's, well, it's effectively Urshifu against the world. Because
Urshifu's the out against Terraformers, but I don't...
Because, I mean, Indeedee's not really doing a lot here on its own. Lil Darlin's kind of just chilling.
That's all they need.
This Incineroar's going to move first. The Indeedee does have the option to redirect, but speaking of redirection, Kieran revealing his fourth Pokemon, it's that Ogerpon Cornerstone. We love Cornerpon here in Perth. Love seeing Kieran running this now. Ivy Cudgel, Power, Follow Me, and Spiky Shield is the moveset. Very classic, very standard Ogerpon stuff. And that certainly throws a wrench in the works here because Dan really wants this Urshifu to remove that Incineroar. But this Ogerpon has the option to just redirect here. We're going to see a Terrestrialization from Dan's side. This time it's going to be the Urshifu going for a big Choice Band Terra Dark, what we can assume is probably Wicked Blow. Ogerpon going to click Spiky Shield. Incineroar getting out the pivot, going into the redirection from the Indeedee. This is one of the good things about having these slower pivots is you can kind of make a read on what your opponent's going to do, make an educated guess on what you need to do now. You're seeing the Terrestrialization. You've got to assume it's going to be a Dark type move. It is the Wicked Blow. It does go into the Ogerpon, despite having clicked Spiky Shield. Dan wanting to target it down anyway, but the Psychic not going to connect through the Protect. Once again, his Trick Room turns are ticking down. Dan has... Oh, in fact, no, they're not ticking down. They are gone. Dan just going to concede to the game there.
Great game from both players. Great game.
Anyone got a pen?
Oh,
Power of the Turtle, the first one we've seen on stream today.
Indeed. Congratulations to both of our players making it into this top cut. Very familiar faces, very consistent high-level players. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner, and today the winner was Kieran. But the tournament is not over.
I don't know who's won out of the other game.
It looks like Pete and Mark's game is over. I'll get some verification on who has won and what our final match will be. Until then, would you like to have a chat with Kieran, ask him how he's feeling going into this final?
Oh.
All right. All right, I'll bring him right back. Also, welcome back, Titanium Tellurium. Hello, Sophia. I hope the mic quality has been good. We are trying to be a little bit quieter. We don't want to disrupt this top cut. I hope you can all hear us well. The interview will be a little bit louder because the game's over, so Claire can absolutely scream and shout.
Like I usually do, everybody.
Like she usually does after Kieran gets back from the bathroom for his interview, unless we don't have time. You know what? Kieran's lining up for the bathroom. It looks like we may be waiting a second. Would you like to interview Dan instead?
Yeah,
Sure, I'll see if you'd like to join. If we're too quiet as well, please just let us know in chat if we need to talk a little bit louder. Like I said, we don't want to disrupt this top cut, so we are trying to be as quiet as we can. And I don't know if we're audible. And that is the mic test.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back. Shortly, we will have a losers interview with Hooly Dooly. Thank you, Sophia. The losers interview with Hooly Dooly Dan Baguli as Kieran lines up for the bathroom. I'll be right back, and I'll leave you with Claire.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You got it. That's Kieran. You need that one as well. Do you need this one? Do you need the losers as well?
Maybe if we have time.
Kieran was in the one.
Yeah.
Do you need the two? Yeah, but do you need Kieran's as well? This is one, but do you need this one?
In case you haven't overheard, Mark's extremely loud complaints.
Okay, cool. Yeah, never mind.
Over in our side match, we had Mark lose in a very low matchup for him. But here we have a quick interview with Kieran. Enjoy.
Alright, hello Kieran.
Hello.
Last time I saw you, we were on stream again with another Withers interview, but now you're about to hit top 2. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Feeling good?
Yeah.
How's your turtle been going today?
It's been doing well. Yeah, it's really, like, that matchup is just really good for Turtle. There's not heaps like Dan can do to win, honestly.
You have to give me some tips on this team because I've actually definitely legally procured a very similar team to yours. How do you go about playing it? Do you always bring your pivot kind of core?
Not gonna lie, you pretty much bring Terapagos plus double fake out plus redirection every game except for maybe 5 matchups.
So when do you use Heatran? I'm trying to figure this out.
Zamazenta and Koraidon.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise those matchups are so bad for Terapagos. So it's literally there to just patch those, and then some other niche stuff.
Yeah.
Mainly Zamazenta and Koraidon.
Great. So you're feeling good? You've got
Feeling
Peter
good.
over there eating his muffin.
Yeah.
You guys can start when you're ready.
Yeah. A couple things. Brisbane's coming up. You probably not be taking this team. No, you're not.
I'm working on a Cali Ice team right now, but just need to refine it a little bit, and then we'll see if I can get that working. Yeah.
Because your CP, you're I don't even know, you're 3rd, 4th. You're up there.
I think I dropped a bit because I didn't go to EUIC, but
that's alright. You're going to be going there anyway, so I reckon. Well.
Oh yeah, should be okay.
How'd you go in the GC?
I did okay. I got top 64.
Whoa.
So yeah, kind of. I had a really good start. I was first day, the whole of day 1, and then just kind of slowed down a bit. Day 3, did not finish where my peak was, but that's okay. Still a good result.
Do you find it as grueling as everyone else does?
No, I actually enjoy it. I love it. Yeah.
Look, you're just built different, as Tim would say. It's a phrase I've learned. Yeah, I'll let you go to the bathroom and just chill. But yeah, good luck.
I think you used that term greatly.
Yeah, you're here.
Did you get any insight? So I guess you can't show that, can you?
I can't show the one with the number.
Oh, the good sheet.
So he's always been for turn he brings Actually, he didn't mention it's going to be different against the same turtle, 2 pivots. I actually didn't see it's yeah, I don't want to leave him straight with that. Tim, I need you to give all your luck. I've given some to you to give it back to Tim right now.
Oh yeah, and he's going to turn the turtle and give it a second.
But he didn't come in any Terra Stars.
Where's the dot? Oh, it's over there.
I think you want to whack it. I don't like that. You know what dogs can kill? For the chant out there. I don't know.
switches in the dog.
Move to combat.
I didn't put in the dog.
Swing in for damage.
Oh, there we go.
Stop all over. Go, 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 go.
Maybe I should have done it. I was considering whether to smack like it or not. Oh, I forgot my trigger at the end. Is that okay? So, what's the I just want
You tell them what's on it now. Oh, it says on the mic.
Yo, chat. Okay, grand finals. Peter Vows versus Kieran Singh. Big up match. Okay, we got. I won't spoil it yet, but this is gonna be a cooked final. Okay, both players will be cooking, and one of them will get fucking cooked. Sai Spam HO versus the Kieran Balance Pagos. Some would call them polar opposites. I ain't gonna disagree. Alright, locked and loaded. The players are ready to rumble. This is gonna be some straight fire. Or Peter's gonna throw, I don't know. I'll give it 10% odds he throws. And so far Peter's hit all his meteor beams, so I think the 90% is going well. Okay. The Heat with the Heat ran. My guy, big ups. Usually you'd expect this only for the Zama matchup, but hey, honestly, I see the vision. Okay, Peter leading his Sun Chlorophyll lead. He can sleep powder, what, anything? Or does the instant have goggles? Nah, it is Rocky on the auto loser. Sleep powder, Ivamon, but Rillaboom could switch in to absorb it, or it could just miss. Who knows? Or there's the after you eruption, but Heat Train with the Flash Fire gonna be able to eat that up. Same with the instant, probably only taking 33%. Fake out into the talk out and miss the sleep powder. Bro's selling.
Wait. Don't.
And Magma Storm.
I literally knew it was gonna happen.
And Magma Storm miss. Bro's selling.
It's actually significantly worse for me as well.
What a great turn from both players.
I'm actually like 1 for 5 now.
A sleep powder. Still plenty of options from both opponents. Although once the Torkoal picks, it will be locked into the choice spec. So Bro's gonna have to pick wisely. We see Kieran already using his Terra. But let's see, okay, the Terra Fairy on the Heat Train gonna be able to soak up those close combat nice and easy, and still immune to the eruption from the Torkoal, and will much better take the Earth Power. But Bro's falling asleep, so Bro will sit there for quite a while, I reckon, just doing nothing until it wakes up and hopefully lands a Magma Storm this time, alright? And soon just pivoting out. Okay, pretty clean, pretty clean. Kieran's gonna be thinking, what is the turtle gonna do? Is he gonna Earth Power the Heat Train? Is he gonna Eruption? Is he gonna Heat Wave? So many possibilities. Remember, just Earth Powers his nice and slot. Monkey taking that real nice and slot. Hey, oh. Now this Rillaboom, I mean, it's got the strong grass damage, I won't lie, but into Torkoal, gonna resist that, 140 defense. I think Bro's eating Lilligant. Sure, it does resist, but Lilligant ain't gonna eat, okay? See, you don't, Bro does not eat. Malnourished type stuff, alright there?
Big army.
Chat, are we allowed to swear on stream?
No.
What the? Take over the terrain, okay. Those takeouts will be in play. That's a crit! Bro, this mon's terrible! Oh my, that did no damage! But Rillaboom, great mon, doing over half. Love that guy. Alright, is the Heat Train finally gonna wake up and do something? We may never know. The Indeedee threatening quite a few things. Helping Hand into Leaf Blade crit. Follow Me into redirecting that damage, keeping Lilligant on the field, maybe even setting up the Trick Room. What is Peter's last one? Could be really important. Could be doing Luzano. Could be delayed. Pete might be cooking. Leaf Blade does not pick up the crit for the kill. Okay. Type shit right there, mate. Oh, this guy. He ran missed Magma Storm into what's that? 3 turns? Oh my days. But Bro's still in the field. Bro can still make a comeback and actually affect the game. 4th mon, delayed. No restricted from Peter. Is this the right play? I never know. Let's see. What is Bro threatening? We've got the Psychic Terrain up with the Psychic Cut Sharpness boosted, threatening potentially kills on both mons. I ain't familiar with the rolls on the Rillaboom, but hey, Bro could be straight fire. Although it seems that Glade will most likely be going last. Except after you, how could I have forgot? Bro's gonna fire a fat attack into the Heat Train. Picking up that kill, very nice, very nice. I reckon Delayed lives. Barely, bro. The Sunlight's gone. Will the Lilligant even be the fastest thing on the field? Probably, because Kieran's too slow and fuck, but I can't lie. Will the Lilligant be able to pull some stuff off? Maybe throw off some close combats or something. The Lilligant still at -1 due to the Intimidate all the way back in turn 1, so it potentially might even miss the kill because of very soon. connect. The turtle will no longer be sleeping. Will Kieran's second slot do a single thing this game? But Peter's only down to 2 months left. That's the problem. Torko's gonna have to come in, lock into one move, and that's all Bro can use for the rest of the game. Bit tough, bit tough. Lilligant will not be able to switch out and get rid of these intimidate drops. And we see the Terra come off from Peter's side. Will he be terrifying the Torko? Oh no! I'm gonna expect some big choice specs heat waves coming out. Well, let's see, heat wave. I don't know, will it do okay? Close combat, breaking the Terra shell. It's gonna be helping that Torko do much more damage. What the hell? What a crash mob, 105 base attack, oh my days. Pegos gets a 1-turn wake up. Gonna just absolutely hunt that Torko. And with the crit, that's gonna be a knockout. Now just a Lilligant against the world. We saw that close combat damage. Maybe if Bro gets a crit on all 3 mons, Bro could win, Bro could win. Oh no, Bro's gonna out-heal the close combat. Oh, bravo. Pegasus going for protect, getting that other lefties, getting all the way back to the Terra Shell to be back in deck. Peter, assuming it's going to be a play, gets the sleep counter off, connecting on the instant. But how long is it going to stay asleep? Could Bro get another 3-turn sleep? Maybe that's what Bro's going to need to get back in this game. Oh god. But what's Peter going to do here? Cannot Terra Ghost after the Terra Fire on the Torko. Terra Starstorm gets another sleep powder. He's crazy. But will the instant get the turn 1 wake? Getting some crucial chippage. Lilligant, what? -2, -1? Even a knockup. Gonna do some significant damage. Put it in Woodhammer range and belly up. Okay, does Bro crit? No crit. Ooh, and the helmet gonna be breaking the sash, but the Rillaboom could manage to come in later and get that grassy terrain up, healing it back. Let's see what happens. Let's see. That's a Rillaboom back in. Well, I reckon Rillaboom cannot be put to sleep with sleep powder, and is gonna be threatening potentially a fat KO with the Woodhammer. So can the Lilligant get rid of this Rillaboom before it gets rid of? There's the fake out. Oh my Goomba! Oh my dog! Burning more sleep turns for the Pegos as it just comes in and picks up this one. That's crazy.
You me?
Bro, did it like 40%? Were you -3 or -2?
So I think, yeah.
So, no, I don't think it would have the accuracy.
Just normally takes 20% from a fake out. Okay. So let's review game 1. What did Torkoal do? Bro got Earth Power onto the Rilla, okay, that was crazy. Lilligant landed a bunch of sleep powders. Okay, bro was MVP surely from Peter's side. Heatran? I mean, come on, bro missed a Mango Storm and then goes Freeze Turn Sleep. Bro's gonna need a warm up off the bench. Hopefully coach putting in the good words and Magma Storm are gonna be landing those hits. Alright. But from Peter's side, is he reckoning this Sun mode not even good enough to just bench the entire thing, go for the 4 side spam mode? Potentially that is what we could be seeing right here, mate. Okay, Lilligant, but no Sun. Bro may be cooking with this one. Potentially not even bringing the Sun due to Lilligant being so fast compared to the rest of Kieran's team, in fact. Is this how you cast the Slif? Fake out onto the Lilligant, no side spam. Magma Storm miss again, oh my god. Send him to the bench. Meteor Beam charging up, using up that power the one time, likely into the instant. Probably gonna pick up a kill, this could be a great momentum. Ooh. Big damage into the Heatran. Okay. Heatran probably a bit scared here. That looks like close combat range. I mean, sure. Is it -1? Is it Lilligant H a thought? Yeah. But bro may have to consider using up that Terra Fairy just to live. But what I'm considering, what is this Dawn Wings gonna do to Incineroar? Bro has Moongeist Beam, Expanding Force, Meteor Beam. Is bro gonna 2-turn Meteor Beam? That would be a baller play. But I don't see it, I don't see it. Declan recognizing Vicarious Precision put in by the Lilligant H. And the Slifka goes into an insane landing again. MVP status. Oh my days. But what does the Necrozma do? Doesn't the Necrozma trick it? Doesn't the Necrozma attack the instant? Goes to the Moongeist into that protect. Okay. And Moongeist actually threatening to kill due to now the Meteor Beam's +1 special attack on the Heatran. Heatran probably shivering in bro's boots right now. Oh god. Lilligant able to put up nice close combat pressure on both. Lunala, Necrozma form, able to put up the Moongeist beam. Bro could switch in the Terrapagos, but what if Terrapagos switch in, gets close combat, bam, breaks Terra Shell. Then Indeedee comes in, expanding force, that could be trouble. Okay, what a delayed. Heatran coming out, okay. Just a little bit of big damage on both fronts. God, most importantly, oh, the insane, getting that wake up. Oh, no, bad knockoff. But not boosted, and the Trick Room goes up. Peter gaining the speed control with the lead. But who is faster under the Trick Room with the lead of the insane? Not sure.
Misclicked.
No! No burst from the insane
Ran out of time.
Gonna be staying safe from potential sacred sword. Little goes to the fake out into the Gallade. As the new guy big damage. Ooh, okay. Orange Dog gonna lower that response and special attack back to neutral. But there's still 3 more turns of Trick Room. Will Kieran survive the onslaught? Cornerstone coming out. No pagos from Kieran. No turtle whatsoever. That's crazy. No restricted from the Peter into no restricted from Kieran. But who's restricted is gonna pay off. Let's keep it real. 3 turns of Trick Room. All this pressure. Move Guy's Beam could pick up a kill on Rillaboom. Sacred Sword could pick up a kill on Rillaboom. A double into Oakabon could pick up a kill so much.
You will get a pretty free. Sorry, no.
The Moon Guy? Putting it in range? Not picking up the Rillaboom. But will this power? No! That power it could have been so cracked. Could have taken out the Gallade, lessened that pressure.
Oh, you look pretty great, yeah?
Turn the Trick Room. Kieran has no power left. What is Bro gonna do? KO's friend of both mons on the field. Only 1 mon in the pack for Kieran. Switching out into the Tiger's instant, hoping that the Sacred Sword goes into that slot. Not doing much.
No.
The Moon Guy's Beam into the Cornerstone does the Sacred Sword. Ooh, okay. Kieran now has the fake out pressure, able to stall out this last minute tricky, but plenty of counterplay on both sides. No double protect out on this ogre farm. Not able to, and that's going to take it off. The trick room will have ended. Will we be able to mount a comeback? It will be. Twisted dimensions return to normal.
Yeah.
The train as the last one with the insane. Helen from Peter. Will he be able to survive? Set up another trick room? On the plasma, Phoenix can now take a knockshot much more comfortably and a magma storm. I think it's going to be difficult for him to remove this from the field. Does it kill though? Wait, much more especially bulky, it lives! Both of Peter's mom surviving. Sacred Sword is the defense that pick off that KO. And then these guys are going to pick up the Incineroar like we are going to game 3, baby!
Yeah, you would still exist on your turn, so I think, yeah, you can't. Yeah, I'm not targeting you or anything. But yeah, game.
Alright, I've missed out on the set so far, Tim, but it looks like we're in game 3.
Game 3, yes sir.
Alright, I hope the mic quality is good for everybody. We've actually got an audience.
Sounds like I was picking up all the combos in the back, so she could be chill.
We've got old mate Liger Lord, friend of the show from the O2 Drop Discord in chat. We have Sky Consti from Sydney, I believe. Welcome. Also, Prophet Black. Is that not the 6th guy, Jamie Hodge himself?
Jamie Hodge, 6th guy?
The 6th guy. The 6th guy in the chat. We have a, I was going to say international, an interstatal. That's a word now, along with shenaniganery, an interstatal audience. Thank you everybody for joining. Hello and welcome. Of course, we're trying to be a little bit quiet here. We don't want to disrupt the final, especially in this game 3. Just let me know if the mic quality is okay and you guys can hear us.
Big question is here, what adaptations are going to be made for Game 3? Game 2, both players making pretty significant adaptations, bringing a different set of formats. Will we see that again? Will we see a repeat from Peter? Maybe a repeat of Game 1 for Kieran. It's all up in the air though.
Really, that's really interesting. I didn't actually catch the first 2 games. I was chatting with Pogo Judge Debbie, so both players brought different mons for games 1 and 2. Interesting. Sounds like this. I'm gonna have to watch this back. Sounds like this was a great game. How do we turn game volume down? Is this one game volume?
Yes.
Can you turn the game volume down please a bit, Tim? Consti said it's fine, but it's a little bit hard to hear over game volume.
Yeah.
That'll probably be fine. Thank you, Consti. Oh, Henry Rich Hobbit in chat. Hello, welcome.
Okay, new lead from Kieran Singh, leading with that cornerstone key track. Repeat of Peter's lead from Game 2. How are the adaptations going to be made into these new leads?
Intercontinental stream, let's go. I don't think we've broken continents yet, Liger Lord, but we have had Japanese players in the past watching some of our Cups and Challenges stream from Collector, scouting Perth, because obviously we are a great threat. Welcome to the chat, everybody, though. Great to see a nice cast here to tune in and watch our VGC League Cup final here at Rockingham, coming at you from Perth to Earth. Just had to throw it out there.
How it will be connecting, breaking the Lilligant sash, putting it in range, close combat into Heatran, not picking up the KO, Fraud Watch.
Heatran comfortably living that close combat, only taking about 75% damage, healing off with that citrus berry. Importantly, the Lilligant's focus sash is broken, no?
Oh. This Heatran.
This Heatran has not had its glasses on
Absolutely
today.
so. Honestly, I think Heatran's contract needs to be renewed. This type of performance is horrendous.
We haven't seen any misses on stream all day up until this point. It's really unfortunate to see.
Picking up that KO and the +1 special attack at the cost of the power herb. And the Cosmo will have trouble hitting that instant, but going to be able to put much great damage with the Moonguy's Beam or the Ogerpon. Moonguy's Beam onto Rillaboom.
Moonguy's being able to OHKO the Ogerpon as well, right? Ignoring that sturdy.
Moonguy's Beam, special move, with potentially one-shotting the rarely one-shot Ogerpon Cornerstone.
Rillaboom coming onto the field, setting up that grassy terrain. No Trick Room set this game though, so no speed control for Pete's side, although that Necrozma very, very bulky, very hard to break through. We see turn 2 getting underway. Peter going to open by withdrawing that Lilligant, half HP, focus sash broken. Indeedee coming in, overriding that grassy terrain, setting the psychic terrain. Psychic Seed, special defense boost, not going to do too much in front of two physical attackers. The Ogerpon is going to click Power Whip into that Necrozma, doing a big chunk of damage even without grassy terrain. Rillaboom outspeeding, will pick up the knockout with Woodhammer.
Going band for band. This Cornerstone picking up the slack, hitting the two Power Whips back to back. Peter getting the switch initiative, but will he be able to come back from that?
Are you an accidental rapper? Picking up the slack, hitting back to back, will he be able to come back from that? The broken rhyme to close it up as well?
All I do is spit bars, okay? It's that simple.
Maybe you should be our caster more frequently. You know what? Stop making top cuts so you can come and commentate.
Peter has... we do not know what Peter's fourth one is. It could... reasonably pretty reasonable to come in, bring the fourth one, maybe a Gallade, able to help set up that trick. It is the Gallade. Indeed, gonna be able to redirect those strong physical attacks that Gallade's so afraid of, letting it potentially set up a trick room, putting in loads of work, I tell you.
Loads of work, he tells us, indeed.
Terror coming from Peter's side.
First terrestrialization of
Terror
this
the
game
Gallade.
read.
Is that the Terror Grass?
Terror Grass Gallade.
I'm expecting no follow me's. This Gallade just gonna have to survive on its own. Let's see what happens. Power Whip connects again.
Into the Indeedee.
All-star performance from the Cornerstone right here. Into the U-turn.
Ooh, and it's enough.
That looked like the Power Whip was necessary chip just to get the Indeedee in range. Peter now left with two mons with completely different speed tiers. The Lilligant H going to be outspeeding the Instant and the Rillaboom. Also Gallade, likely the slowest mon on the field.
But crucially, the Lilligant not going to be affected by this Intimidate here, getting to come in. Sacred Sword taking this Ogerpon down to its fake focus sash. Lilligant coming in free of charge here, no threat of any fake out.
Yeah. We've seen that this Power Whip can do massive damage to the Lilligant. Will the Ogapon just take another KO? Leave it down to a 3v1? Definitely possible.
It's certainly not over. Sylvie has not begun to sing yet. This is a very intense game 3. This is what we want to see from a League Cup final between two of our most winningest players locally in Perth as well. I love seeing Pete bring this Japanese Nationals Necrozma Dawnwings team time and time again, making these top cuts. Rillaboom coming in for Kieran, setting up that grassy terrain.
Spiky shield, ooh. Is there going to be a close combat? Getting a little spiky shield chip into the Rillaboom?
Close combat hits the Rillaboom,
That
doing
looks like
about
range.
50% damage.
But it's like a block by the other tech. Rillaboom going to be able to throw a fat fake out onto Ivalon. Ogapon. Threatening so much damage with this Ivy Cudgel into both mons. Now that the close combat drop has happened.
Pete, with no way to reset this terrain here, is just going to have to deal with these two grass types on the grassy terrain, but they're against two grass types themselves. Well, it is Gallade not carrying any grass type moves, it's just a terrestrialization.
And the terror here from Kieran's side. Let's see what is Bro cooking.
And this is what we love to see right here in Perth, the terrestrialization onto our personal favorite, the Cornerstone Ogapon. That defense boost probably not going to come into play with its HP being so low, but boosting the damage of this Ivy Cudgel. Rillaboom clicking fake out into the Gallade. No way to prevent that.
This Ivy Cudgel, I would say with almost near certainty, definitely picking up the Lilligant right here.
Ogapon
Now it's a
moving
3v1.
first. The Lilligant with a defense drop from the close combat. Ogapon with the extra stab boost as well from the Ivy Cudgel, taking out the Lilligant with that resisted hit as well. It's Gallade against the world.
Now usually here you'd see Gallade be able to easily one-shot by grassy terrain and Woodhammer, but with the Terra Grass, gonna be able to live that, but I seriously doubt it's living this Cudgel right here.
And the Cornerstone Ogapon, the Perth favourite. Kieran's Heatran not wearing its glasses today. You thought it needed to be benched. Kieran still wins the event. Did the Heatran do its job after all? Was it simply there just to fake out the opponent, draw a little bit of respect, the fake follow me? Or is it completely trash?
I'm going to disagree there. The Cornerstone just put in a generational performance. Hit like, in that game 3, clutch up where it was needed, hit 3 power whips back to back. Missing any of those could have been crucial for letting off the gas.
And then clutching out the win with that terrestrialization, something we love to see here, just making sure, not risking that power whip miss, even on the grassy terrain, the terrestrialization coming in. We love Cornerstone Ogapon. The last time I terrestrialized my Cornerstone Ogapon was in a top 4, and my Switch crashed, and I lost. So, happy to see the...
That's the game we play.
That is the game we play. Sometimes you miss Power Whip, and sometimes your Switch crashes because the power of Ogapon's terrestrialization is too great. But you watched all 3 games. I only caught the last one. I'll let you be the one to interview Kieran, if you would like to do so.
Kieran, you want another interview?
Yeah, go on.
Big man, big cup win. How does it feel?
Feels good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So how much more CP is that for you?
That's 18 CP, but
Nice.
50 CP for the quarter though. So
The TA, very important, very important. All right. So big win. What do you think was a big change you made between all the games that let you win that game 3?
Definitely Ogapon, Cornerstone. Yeah, I was expecting maybe like Indeedee and Necrozma like lead potentially instead of the Lilligant Torkoals. That's why I liked the 4 that I was bringing, because Pagos can like be really good in like the mid game if I get a Magma Storm on a DD and trap it in. But then as soon as I saw that he wanted to like play around the Lilligant, Ogrepon Cornerstone was just so good.
Makes sense. Ogrepon Cornerstone, I believe, one of your few mods that will outspeed that Lilligant. Being able to two-shot it, great damage. Being able to take even one close combat, gonna be great. And immune to the sleep powder. What do you think? What do you think was the big mistake you made in game 2? Or did you
I just ran out of time. Well, I couldn't focus because there was all this noise in my ear, mate. I don't have headphones in, and then I like ran out of time, and like I didn't have time to like switch back, so I just had to like lock in. But missing the power was rough as well because I think I would have been in an okay at least position.
Yeah, definitely.
But still probably would have been a bit tricky to win. And also, Heatran missing that Magma Storm turn 1. That did not help at all.
that was god awful.
Yeah, wow.
Bro's gonna need a pep talk.
Heatran. This guy, so bad.
But hey, great run with this team. I'm sure Francesco would be proud.
You think so?
Everybody's stealing it. Everybody's using it. I'm seeing it getting great results.
It's true. It's true.
Let's go get some fucking food. I'm starving, Ken.
Thank you.
So I came over here to do a sign-off, and then I realized I don't actually have one. So that will be the end of our stream. Thank you everybody for joining in. It was great to see so many people watching finals especially. Congratulations to our winner Kieran Singh, our finalist Peter Vowles, everybody else who made top cut. Holy dooly, it was Dan Baguli. I hope Tim was good. Bit of a silly Billy that he is. Anybody who watched earlier would understand the reference.
We love it.
We love everybody here, except for Dondozo, as we have stated in the past. Yeah, I think that will be the end. You want to say any last words, Claire?
Thanks so much for sticking around, guys. Hope you enjoyed Tim in that last one and Slif being an amazing caster all day long.
Well, I mean, it's only because I have co-caster synergy, right? Like,
Yeah, we bounce off each other so well.
We do, and not in the context you might be thinking.
No.
G6 in chat,
G6.
and we will see you guys for the next one.
Yeah, enjoy.
See you.